Here we go again. The intro that never gets old. Battle oompa dee da chicka bom doo doo bom dee like a battle dom chicka bom bom. Let me go to options first. We'll go from quick change to previous. I think that's all I want to change. Let me see if I have a completed file. Because if you have a completed file, you can get some new dialogue with Snake. Yes, nice. Okay. I hope he's not wearing the stupid glasses in this one. Battle team chaka baka bom baka boom boom. I wish the dates on this were correct, then I might be able to tell. Fucking 2028. Let's go to 2028. Yeah, we'll play on Extreme. On European Extreme, there are no rations at all. So we want to show some of the ration codec calls. And the game is just balanced better on Extreme as well, especially the end of the game. On European Extreme, you don't really get to have fun at the end of the game because it's just too hard. You can't really play the game naturally when you're fighting the Tengus. You can't just run around and go crazy with the sword like you usually can. We'll go Tanker Plant. We'll go Extreme. Battle bum bum bum. We'll play with the radar. There are certain Easter eggs and things as well that you can only see with a radar. Not game over on sight. Yeah. Again, there are certain things that we need alert mode for to show. So we'll go with not game over.
The Hudson River, 2 years ago. We had classified intelligence that a new type of metal gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank, but our noses have been out in the cold too long.
Oh no, the shades! Amazing.
Our boy is right on schedule. He'll know soon enough.
I'm quitting out after the tanker to start a new game on the plant. I can't look at Raiden with the goofy shades.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh? I'm at the sneak point.
Everything going okay?
The stealth camo's busted. Landing impact.
We must have overused it. Sorry, but you're gonna have to deal with it. You're not in the military anymore.
Right. I didn't plan on relying on this gadget anyway.
The private sector's not so bad, is it? Privacy guaranteed?
I'm happy as long as no one gives me any more unwanted gifts.
You mean that thing with Naomi?
And I can't say I miss the chattering nanny.
Mei Ling's not so bad. That reminds me, I have to get in touch with her again about that new Natick flashware.
Diverting toys from the SSCEN again? But give her a message from me. Someone will find out, sooner or later. She's better off assuming it sooner and quit while she's safe.
Too true. Okay, Snake, let's get to work. You know how the technical specs of Metal Gear were sold on the black market after Shadow Moses?
All Ocelot's doing.
Exactly. And now every state, group, and .com has its own version of Metal Gear.
Not exactly a classified weapon for today's nuclear powers.
This new one seems to have been designed to wipe the floor with all the other models. The only consistent description is that it's an amphibious, anti-Metal Gear vehicle.
That explains why this one is under Marine Corps jurisdiction.
The mission objective is to make visual confirmation of the new Metal Gear being transported by that tanker and bring back photographic evidence. But I want you first to go up to the top level of the infrastructure, to the bridge. We need to find out where the tanker is headed.
A little reconnaissance, huh?
There's too much we don't know about this new prototype. Capabilities, deployment method. We don't even know how close it is to completion. If we know where the testing arena is, I can start to draw some reasonable conclusions.
All right, I'll head to the bridge ASAP.
Try to avoid confrontations. Our goal is to collect evidence on Metal Gear development and expose it to the world. It would be best if you could get out of there without alerting anyone.
Don't worry, I know the drill. We're not terrorists.
Very good. Don't you forget that you're part of Philanthropy now, an anti-Metal Gear organization and officially recognized by the UN.
Recognized, but still fringe, Otacon.
All right, let's look at your gear. Your weapon is a tranquilizer gun converted from a Beretta M92F.
M9.
It's a little hard to work with because you have to reload after each shot since the slide locks.
Better than scavenging at the mission site. Good suppressor, too.
The chemical stun will take effect in a few seconds and last for hours. You can take down an elephant with that thing. Check out the laser sighting, too. The effects of the anesthetic round will vary depending on what part of the body is hit. We're talking about a difference of tens of seconds between hitting limbs, chest, or head. As for the equipment... Hey, Snake, cigarettes? What's wrong with you?
It's kind of a lucky charm.
You haven't read the Surgeon General's warning, have you? Here's the digital camera. Works almost the same way as your old one.
They don't look armed.
Hey, Earth to Snake. These are nice, upstanding Marines, not terrorists. Don't get caught. You're in stealth mode here.
Sure, and if it comes to that, a little beauty sleep never hurt anyone. By the way, Otacon, are you sure of this intelligence?
Absolutely. Hacked it out of the Pentagon's classified files myself.
No traces?
Oh, please. I'm too good for that.
But this might be a trap. Remember, there's a price on our heads.
You're just being paranoid.
I hope so. Those men, you wouldn't think they were anything but civilians from here.
With all the ships passing on the river and in the harbor, putting uniformed Marines on the deck would be a bad idea. People can get a clear view of the water from Riverside, too.
The water line is too high. According to the navigational plans, this ship should have discharged its cargo upriver.
It's in there, no doubt about it.
The military trains you to watch for threats from the stern on a boat. That's SOP for counter-terror ops, too. Security should be tighter.
You worry too much.
Where's the target?
Satellite surveillance is a major international pastime these days. I'd say the cargo holds, safely below the deck. Do you see the entrance to the holds?
Looks like there are a few entryways into the crew quarters. The chopper. What? Looks like we're not the only ones after Metal Gear tonight.
Is that a chopper I just heard?
Affirmative. Probably another cavalry. What's their game? Hijack?
They're probably targeting the ship's controls.
Otacon, how many men do you need to take over a tanker of this size?
The ship is run by a computer, so I'd say about 18 people.
AKS 74U. Russians?
You sure?
No Marine barber touched that head of hair. I'm transmitting a photo. Let's get an ID on him ASAP.
I'm on it.
Looks like the tanker's theirs now. KA-60 Kasatka.
Kasatka? Kamov chopper, right? Killer whale.
We need to get a fix on who they are.
Judging by their transport, aren't they some kind of military commandos?
Not necessarily. It could be the KA-62, the civil model.
Look, Snake, all we need is the photographic evidence of Metal Gear. As long as we have those, we can put it online and blow the whole thing wide open. So no pyrotechnics, okay?
All right. I'll do my best.
This isn't like Shadow Moses. Reach me if anything happens. The frequency's 141.12.
How can I check in and save my progress?
I'll do it. There's a frequency set aside for it. 140.96. Sorry, but no Mei Ling this time. Call me on the codec when you want to save.
Got it.
I'll be waiting just past the Verrazano Bridge. You need to be off that ship by then.
I'll be in touch.
All right. Yeah, no, there's no way I'm looking at Raiden with his shades. When we get to the end of the tanker, I'll switch out and do a new game plan. So I can get normal Raiden. It's too much. We will also be able to get slightly different dialogue by doing new game plans as well. You'll get to see some stuff that you don't always see. You know, with the Colonel's dialogue at the beginning and all of that. By the way, how is the audio balancing right now? Could I do with turning the game down a little bit, or am I balanced okay with it? It's okay? It's alright? The way Otacon refers to the nickname of the Kamov chopper there is interesting, I think. I never really thought much about that before, but you know how he says Kamov chopper, killer whale. We're out here on the ocean just to be used as a part of the Arsenal Gear project as a whole. You know, and later on you get the big Pinocchio influenced thing with Raiden being consumed by this sea creature. I never really thought about how that bit of dialogue might tie into that. Discovery. The name of the tanker is the same name that's given to the submarine in MGS1, thanks to the VR training I did on board the Discovery, and they give this tanker the same name. In MGS1, it was a reference to 2001: A Space Odyssey. But it's interesting that they use it again here. I think we can get a little scene here if I let this guy see me. Yeah. An introduction to this high-tech new PS2 AI. Look what these guards are capable of. Ooh. Oh, he's going back up the other way. Okay. I always just love so many of the... Just taking in all the rain effects outside the tanker is great. The splashes look so good. Around Snake's feet. Up here when we drop down. Little 2D rain animation here on these windows too. 2-frame animation, it looks like. It's cool here when we go underneath. Of course, the rain passes, but we still see the fog. The slick surface of the ground. Wait for this guy to get back to his position. Another new mechanic here, the binoculars. Allows them to see really far.
Freeze.
What are you?
What are you?
Would you shoot that prisoner?
A prisoner? An interesting little detail regarding the guards. The tough guys, like this guy, you know, some of them are very fearful when you point your gun at them. Some of them are like this guy. These badasses. All the guards that are badasses, they are developers. They have developer dog tags. You know how every guard has a dog tag in this game? The badasses all hold developer dog tags. the fearful guards all have fan dog tags. Back in the day, you could enter into a competition to have your name in the game to be put on a dog tag. But yeah, not all of the dog tags are fan names. Some of them are developers. Dump him in there. It's cool as well. What you do on the tanker here will affect a scene later on in the plant. You know, where Snake explains to Raiden what happened on the tanker, and they show those internet sites where the pictures were put of Snake on the tanker. Later on in the game, we should see this as one of the pictures. Snake dumping this body here. If you don't do anything at all outside the tanker, like if you don't kill any guards or any of this stuff, you won't see those pictures. You'll just get like the default pictures. Imagine being a player and having to hunt down your dog tag. Yeah, it must have been really cool to have your name in the game. And then try, you know, going to find it. Let's wait for this guy to go back. I think all of the guys outside are tough guys. Maybe not. Let's check this guy.
Freeze. No!
Bo!
Please don't.
Oh, no, he's not. Okay, I'll try and kick this guy over the edge. You have to be really precise, though. Nice. Straight onto the camera. The little camera shake there when he hits the ground. You get some pretty unique angles here, depending on, you know, where you kick him over. If you kick him over here, you get a totally different camera angle. I think that's the only way to see him land on the actual camera. And again, that's another thing. Somewhere out there, a cipher took a picture of that. And that's going to be put up on a website later. Or, you know, you'll see that during the scene with the websites. Now, I think we just have this guy left. So here we have the Pentazemin, which is interesting, right? Because mechanically you use this item to steady your hands when using a sniper rifle. That's what it's for. But, of course, on the tanker, we don't get a sniper rifle. So what is this for? Is this useless? Let's see if Otacon tells us.
You have pentazamine in your inventory. If you need to take some, select it in the item window and push the enter button. Pentazamine is a mild tranquilizer used to treat clinical depression, obsessive compulsive behavior, and anxiety. It belongs to the benzodiazepinate family, and along with its antidepressant and anti-anxiety qualities, it suppresses convulsions. Take it when you have a tough shot ahead with a sniper rifle, and you need to minimize shakiness. But I guess you don't have one of those yet. Well, you can also try some if you're feeling really seasick.
I guess you don't have one of those yet. Yeah, I'm never going to have one. Not with this character, Otacon. Yeah, making you think you'll be getting a sniper rifle later.
Snake, You need to get to the bridge on the top level of the infrastructure. First, find a door that leads into the tanker's interior and infiltrate the ship.
Yeah.
But he does say it's also good for treating seasickness. And for years and years, I thought this was just, you know, something that had no gameplay utility behind it. Or, you know, I didn't think it was something that was actually in the game. But it kind of is. If you look at the screen, you can see how the camera is... You can see how the ship is moving up and down. See the way the ship is moving up and down? And this is what would cause seasickness. Right? And if I take the pentazemin, look what happens.
Otacon, I took the pentazamine and you're right. The seasickness is gone.
Wow, really?
What do you mean, really? You said...
Drugs are mostly about placebo effect. If you believe it's effective, it is. You're more naive than I thought.
There it is. It's really funny as well how this call, when you think about it, actually ties into one of the core ideas of MGS2. Like one of the main themes. You know, it ties in with exactly what Snake says at the end of the game. When he's talking about how there is no such thing as absolute reality and it's all about what you choose to believe. If you believe it's effective, it is. Using the idea of a placebo to illustrate this idea. Eventually it'll come back. There's a follow-up on this call with Raiden in the plant as well. Where Snake will tell Raiden that it does not cure seasickness. And Raiden gets confused, like, wait, what the hell are you talking about? Why are you telling me this? And Snake responds, I mean, sometimes faith can overcome medical science or something like that. Which again, you know, ties in with the ending. Let's see, where am I gonna go? But yeah, I always wondered if this was supposed to tie into the whole VR idea. You know, later on in the game where they sort of make you question the nature of the tanker and what was real and what was VR. Thought maybe putting the Discovery there was supposed to tie in with that. You know, given that the only line that really references the Discovery in MGS1 is Snake referring to the VR training that he did on board the Discovery. But maybe it's just here to be another 2001 reference. Maybe it's not supposed to be anything more than that. And now we just have this guy left. It's not about whether you were right or wrong. It's about how much faith you are willing to have. That decides the future. That's the line. I couldn't think of the line. I was trying to remember it.
Freeze.
The Patriots are a kind of fiction too, come to think of it.
Are you going to shoot me?
We've got another badass here.
If you're going to do it, then do it.
Oh! The dodge! Oh my god! Did I duck his counter there?
It's the enemy. I need help.
What a load of bullshit. Where did you come from? Were these guys stuck to the side of the tanker? Absolute garbage. Those guys appeared from thin air down there. I'm not really used to seeing alert sequences outside here, actually. I don't think there are any unique clearing sections outside, are there? A battle lamp, That guy's going up. Ooh. Ba-da-lam-ba-dum. Should be able to get another call about these lifeboats here.
I see a lifeboat. That's a fully enclosed, fire-resistant model, equipped with its own oxygen pump. Those have a water-based cooling system and self-contained air supply on board. This means that even if the boat is sealed, there would still be air available for the crew and engine operation. It automatically rights itself if it's overturned, and can withstand contact with fire for a significant period of time. But you won't be able to use that lifeboat. It's too noticeable, for one thing, and it just doesn't have the kind of speed we need. You want to save, Snake? Snake, you of course know the saying, one for all for one?
What is this all of a sudden?
Oh, I figured you'd need a lot of motivation, so I came prepared. It's from the Three Musketeers. The book, not the candy bar. Anyway, it means that if you go up against everyone by yourself, they'll gang up on you too, I think. Since you're on your own on that ship, you need to take this to heart and avoid confrontations. How was that? Just like the old days, huh?
Almost reminds me of Mei Ling. But you sure you got it right?
Of course. And I'll teach you a lot more of these. You can count on it.
Great.
Here we go. Otacon's bullshit begins here. Ba-da-da-lam-ba-dum. What do I want to do first here?
Freeze.
Help!
Let's see if we can get the crazy lally lule lo reaction from Snake.
Snake, those pipes you see along... Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is headed. There are stairs in the...
Let me save again, actually, just in case I fuck it up.
Time to save?
This is something, again, we only found out about, like, a couple of months ago. You can only do it on NG+.
Okay. There's a saying that goes, even a bird on high dies a glutton's death, as do the fish of the deeps. The lesson is, don't be greedy. The fish that belonged to a family called the Deeps died from overfeeding. And so did a bird that got high on something. Probably fermented fruit.
Okay, if you say so.
I do, Snake. Don't take unnecessary risks just because you're greedy for more items. Remember the Deep family's fish.
I'll get right on it.
Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is heading. There are stairs in the north block that will take you up. Head north for now.
I'll get right on it.
Why do you keep saying that, Snake? Say some of your other lines. Jesus.
Snake, don't let the enemy
hero
spot
of
you.
this game
Once
is
you've been
me.
discovered by a sentry,
There
he'll
we
call
go.
in reinforcements and there will be an attack.
hero of this
Even
game
you're
is
no
me.
match for that level of organized assault.
hero of this
They have
game
better
is me.
weapons too, remember?
The hero
We
of
aren't
this game is
terrorists,
me.
okay? Avoid unnecessary confrontations and go for total stealth, all right?
The hero of this game is me.
You can only get that on NG+. For those of you that don't know about this mechanic, during codec calls, you can press R1 to hear the inner thoughts of your character. While you can press R1 to hear positive inner thoughts, you can press R2 to hear negative inner thoughts. The pressure sensitivity of the buttons also plays a role. Like a light press you'll get a lighter thought. A harder press, you'll get a more extreme reaction. But on the tanker, Snake has a few that you can only get on New Game Plus. And there's one specific one that I'm looking for here. The context as well really matters for some of these reactions. You know, where like you'll need to press the button during a certain piece of dialogue to get a certain reaction. You know, like Raiden has one on the plant where he says such long-winded babble. And he'll only say that if there's a lot of like long-winded babble. Like if Snake is going into great detail explaining how a weapon works. You know, getting really detailed on one little thing. That's when you can trigger that call. Or that's when you can trigger that reaction. It's actually surprising how many of them that there are.
According to intelligence, this new model was designed to combat all the clone models of Metal Gear floating around in the world. Ocelot sold the Metal Gear specs to anyone with hard cash after he survived Shadow Moses.
And raked in enough money to buy a decent-sized country in the process.
But was money really Ocelot's end objective?
You think he had a deeper plan?
I do. Nothing definite, but acquiring a large sum of money is always a good starting point for another project. Anyway, every country that paid off Ocelot is racing to produce its own bipedal tank, one that can launch the so-called invisible nuclear warhead. If the whole world has a Metal Gear, the military dominance of the US will disappear. In a world where Metal Gear has become commonplace, the only way to regain the upper hand is to possess a weapon even more powerful than Metal Gear.
And that means a new Metal Gear.
Exactly. The arms race must go on. The Metal Gear that the tanker is transporting is being developed under Marine Corps jurisdiction. But I've also heard a rumor that the Navy is working on its own Metal Gear.
Any more info on the Navy's model?
I tried to hack some out, but security was too tight. There's a lot of money being allocated, that's for sure. But every one of my investigations takes me to one name, then hits a brick wall. The name is the Patriots.
Who are they?
I wish I knew.
What?
I have no idea if this is an individual or an organization even. But once we expose the presence of this Marine Corps Metal Gear to the world, maybe that will shake the Patriots out of the tree. This mission is partly about that too.
Okay, I guess it has to be a positive reaction. I thought it had to be a negative reaction. Okay, well that's why I saved. That's why I saved, because I couldn't fully remember if it was a negative reaction. I've only done this once before during the last marathon, so it's very new to me. sake. Hold on, I'm gonna let these guys kill me up here. Just because it'll still be quicker than restarting the game, I think, going through all those logos. Kill me, kill me, kill me.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Rum, bum, bum, bum.
Snake, are you okay? Snake! Snake!
Gotta take a break from the football. Dreadful. Oh shit, Slovakia are beating England. Jesus. It's hard to be too surprised, though, I guess. Let's see. Battle like a teen, chicka bomb bomb, ticka battle like a man, it. Hobo with the 5-pack, thank you.
Freeze!
Okay, let's take him out again. Now, I bet this time we won't get as lucky with the Otacon calls. We're gonna have to spam like 20 calls before we get it.
Snake. What your wheel?
Oh, I don't think he spoke about the gun last time, did he?
Snake. Go. Snake.
Don't let the enemy spot you. Oh no.
As soon as you're spot.
Yeah, they're punishing me here.
Push the act. According to intelligence.
Okay, we got the first one.
If it's about change to
Maybe I did it too late last time.
when you're flat,
And it is actually a negative reaction. Watch this. It's probably not going to work on a
push
positive.
the L.
Positive reaction probably isn't going to work.
The metal gear that the tanker is transporting is being developed under Marine Corps jurisdiction. But I've also heard a rumor that the Navy is working on its own metal gear.
Any more info on the Navy's model?
I tried to hack some out, but security was too tight. There's a lot of money being allocated, that's for sure. But every one of my investigations takes me to one name, then hits a brick wall. The name is the Patriots.
Who are they?
I wish I knew. I have no idea if this is an individual or an organization yet.
There
But
it
once
is.
we expose the presence of this Marine Corps metal gear to the world, maybe that will shake the Patriots out of the tree. This mission is
right on
partly
it.
about that, too.
Yeah, there it is. How did he do that? That's one of Hater's craziest line deliveries. Did he really even say that? Did they edit that audio? What? He had crazy vibrato at the end there. La 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 la. He was actually quite high pitched there, wasn't he? La 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 la. I can't do that. Oh my god. Okay, now we need to wait for this guy to wake back up. Well, of course, we can do the one that everyone knows here in the locker.
This reminds me of when we first met.
I was the one inside the locker that time. We're equal now, huh?
Not unless I wet my pants.
That's a low blow, Snake.
I'm not sure if I ever have heard the Japanese version of that. Of course, there's another one we can do here.
What do you think you're doing, Snake? You don't have enough to keep you busy? Try
Shut
to
it.
remember the mission if you can.
You were watching?
You were watching? Yeah. That's supposed to be me tapping her boobs there. I don't think she's supposed to have a bouncy face.
Let me know they suck my balls!
Come on, wake up, would you? I need to practice that one. Hey, cuckoo. So if we do this when guards are awake, check this out.
Move!
They get distracted. One more look. There you go.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Search team to deck A, port side.
And we can also do the same thing with this poster, and we actually get a different reaction from the guards with this poster.
Move! Move!
At first, only this guy notices. And then the other guy sees that he's looking at something, and then he joins in. And then they're fully synced up.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Search team to deck A, port side.
Let's take a picture.
Good.
Gibba-da-loop-a-doop. Yeah, Clamoros. Yeah, if you haven't seen us do one of these playthroughs before, you'll probably see a load of new stuff that you've never seen before.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Okay, now we're back to normal. I really like this little touch here, just the pool of water on the ground here. You know, because this is where you come in from the outside. They can see your footprints here as well if you're not careful. See your footprints there, you need to be careful. Can't get through this way. Oh, I forgot about that actually. The fire extinguisher causing you to sneeze. No, I don't think it does anything to the guards. I mean, no, it'll stun the guards. I don't think it'll cause them to sneeze though.
Freeze.
Let's take him out there. Ba-da-lam-ba-doo. Hey, there we go. Does that give him a permanent cold now? Is he in like a cold state? Or is it just a couple of sneezes? I can't remember. Oh no, you get a full-blown cold? We do have some medicine, so we're good.
Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is headed. There are stairs in the north block that will take you up. Head north for now.
Maybe all you have to do is move on to another screen. Let's see what it's like now when we move on to the next screen. Ba-da-lam-ba-dum. You can avoid. All right, no, you just get a full cold. It seems like. Let's take the medicine. You can avoid Snake's sneezing as well just by moving. Snake will only sneeze if you're staying still. As long as you keep moving, doesn't matter what you do, you'll avoid the sneezing. Ba-ba-dum. Take this guy out. Another room here that's like another... This room really feels like a tech demo. Can even punch down the plants here. Over here, there's a TV. If you look carefully here, you can see that it's showing the ray holds later on, down below in the tanker. You're seeing little bits of Metal Gear Ray there, its arms. I think that's the walkway that Dolph walks on where he gives his speech. We can get a little call about this as well.
Look at the TV over there. It's showing the hold.
So that's...
The new Metal Gear.
Why are they broadcasting this?
They probably want to keep a record of this exercise. And maybe give a little presentation.
Presentation?
That ship's been transmitting a live video feed via military satellite uplink for a while now.
So there's some brass out there smacking their lips over this little home movie.
I've been trying to pinpoint the receiving location, but I haven't had much luck. There's a heavy-duty firewall in the way. I'll try some more, though.
Wherever it is, it must be a warm, dry office with hot coffee on tap.
Far cry from that tanker, huh? That's what happens when the battlefield has a revolution in military affairs.
I wonder if the sneezing effect's length depends on difficulty. I don't know. I know difficulty affects you starting with a cold. On European Extreme, you'll start the game with a cold. Otacon, anything else?
Snake, how long are you gonna stand around watching TV? Get back to the mission.
I wonder if I can break the TV by punching it. Nice, I can. I knew you could do that by shooting it. I didn't know you could also punch it to break it. Of course, over here we have the legendary melting ice cubes. Or gradually they will get smaller and smaller. They'll shrink here. It's a shame they don't leave a water stain. Then it'd be truly next level. You can shoot them to break them as well. These bottles are also kind of fancy too, because you shoot it at the bottom, it actually breaks at the bottom. You shoot it at the top, it will break at the top. Even today, for stuff like this in games, you know, usually if you break an object like this, it'll just have a standard animation, regardless of where you shoot it. You know, it'll just have it'll just smash a certain way, regardless. Even in later MGS games, it does that. But yeah, it seems like they were just really playing around with the technology here, seeing what they could do. Break this as well, we get a pretty fancy animation. Takes a lot of shots though. Nice. Oh!
Who's that?
Nope.
Freeze.
Nothing's going on. A battle am ba ba doom. MGS1 had breakable glass as well, but you know this has slightly fancier breakable glass. It's cool as well if you walk on the shards of glass afterwards. Get a unique sound as well. What kind of sucks though is that this doesn't alert the enemy. If you're running behind the enemy while they're awake, it doesn't affect their hearing. Still a nice touch though. Another thing we can do is you could... Oh shit, he heard. You can just make a whole fucking mess of this room. I'm actually gonna let him wake him up. Oh, he's seen the magazines. A battle about anyone. Am I doing a dog tag run? No, no, no. What the hell? He's coming out here? Why?
Freeze.
His friend is seen that. Now his friend is coming over. Hold on, I want to see if I can hold both of them up at the same time here. Probably gonna get caught. No way. Oh!
Enemies.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible.
Snake, are you bleeding? If your life gauge is down to the point where it's red, the bleeding won't stop. As long as you're bleeding, your life gauge will keep dropping gradually. Besides that, the bloodstains could put the enemy on your trail. The only way to stop the bleeding for good is to let your body recover until the life gauge is green. Rations are the best way to do that. Try to crouch down or assume crawl position and stay still while you're bleeding. Your life will recover bit by bit. I'd recommend that you stay in hiding until the bleeding stops, if possible.
Oh, in-depth story runs, but yeah. But you know, it's a very totally different kind of thing. I like both for different reasons. Okay, let's take him out. Wait for him to come back. Oh, he went back down. Yeah, he falls asleep down here. This guy is unique as well. He's surrounded by these flies.
More!
Why is he covered in flies?
Please don't.
Now that we
Please
get
don't.
now that we get the ration out of him, we see the source.
Please don't.
Now if I pick up this ration, the flies will be attached to me. Some rotten food in that ration. Still just classed as a normal ration though. I like how they actually have to catch up to you here too. They're not just stuck to the model if you run away from them. So you can actually get fairly far away from them. But eventually they will catch up to you. Cool being able to see them in more detail in first person. Another crazy little thing with the flies. I wish it actually affected your interactions with the guards, but I don't think it does. You know, like what if you ran away and the guards saw the flies or something, and then the flies led them to you? But no, it's just a little visual thing. Don't think it affects the gameplay. But then if we move on to the next area, it would seem at first glance that the flies are gone, right? Doesn't look like there are any more flies. However, if we look in first person, do you see that? Again, one fly stays with you here. He will also leave once you get to the next area, but yeah, when you move on to this area after that, one fly will stay with you. You can see him here in third person too. Now, let's do another save call with Otacon.
Time to save?
He's obviously the Payne's nephew, maybe.
Another Chinese proverb. Those who look to the heavens prosper. Those who defy it are no more. Do you know this one? The meaning here is... hold on a sec. That you can only survive as long as you're a part of the natural order of things. You remember pre-ripped jeans? Manufacturers thought that just because people loved old, broken-in jeans, they would want to buy new jeans that looked old. So they purposefully...
What do jeans have to do with nature and order?
Denim should fray and rip on its own, naturally, right? Some designers tried to go against that, and No one bought them. The earnings report from that fiscal year is enough of a proof.
Earnings?
Are you sure about that, Otacon? I think people are still buying those jeans. What do jeans have to do with nature and order? Because there's just one fly in this area, right? Well, it's not. I don't think it's anything to do with this area. It's the flies from the previous area. It's just that one has stuck with us. It's still a fly from that rotten ration in the previous room. Okay, time for some more fancy PS2 tech. We have shadows, enemy shadows. I always wish they did a little bit more with shadows mechanically in this game. At the bottom of strut A with Raiden, they can track you by seeing your shadow before they see you. And during the Vamp fight, they play around with shadows in an interesting way where Vamp has that special attack that freezes you by freezing your shadow. You know, encouraging you to shoot out all the lights in the area. But aside from those two instances, the game doesn't really play around with shadows much, I don't think, gameplay-wise. I thought that maybe on the bridge, like the AB connecting bridge, it seemed like that maybe the guards were able to see you by spotting your shadow, but I'm still not sure about that.
Freeze.
Don't kill me.
Oh, nice. M9 ammo. Maybe in the 2000s, ripped jeans didn't do so well. I don't know. I remember them being fairly trendy when I was younger in the 2000s. I think it might just be Otacon talking loads of shit again, like he likes to do in these save calls. He just talks out his ass. I'm not sure if he's supposed to be telling the truth there. I'm not sure if he's supposed to be knowing what he's on about. But yeah, I always wondered if they were being a bit cheeky with that call as well. Obviously, they're trying to tie it in with MGS1. What do genes have to do with nature and order after coming from the previous game, right? But then this whole idea of people wanting to buy things that look purposely old and the game's artificial Shadow Moses simulation recreation. Denim should rip and fray on its own, naturally. Always wondered if it was maybe some kind of commentary again on the game and the nature of a sequel and all of that. Whoop. Safe to assume the opposite of whatever Otacon says in those calls, right? Yeah, I always wondered as well if it was maybe supposed to just highlight the absurdity of, you know, as if to say, is this really going to be the game? Are these really the save calls? Otacon just babbling nonsense for the whole game? Is this it? feel like it's probably supposed to tie into the falsity of the tanker as a whole, you know? That it's all just a setup, tying into the bait and switch. You know, just being fed endless lies, endless bullshit. They get so wacky later on as well, you know, where he's talking about aliens and needing to be on the lookout for aliens. It gets fairly unreal. Ah, crap.
Freeze.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave him there. Boom, baka, chaka, baka. Yeah, this is a new guard that only appears... It only comes into the area when you come into this room. If you stay out of this room, this guy never appears. He's kind of weird as well. He has some unique behavior. If you just stop and let him do his thing for a bit. He comes in here. Yawns again. Ba-da-lam-dum-ba-dum. Yeah, the stuff with the Colonel is actually a callback to VR missions. The missions in MGS VR missions where you had to destroy UFOs. The glowing orange objects. That's what the UFOs were in MGS VR missions. They were these little glowing orange objects. And in the final UFO VR mission, you're in a DPS race against a giant flying saucer. And if you fail the DPS race, you get sucked up inside of it. And you see this bright white light cover the screen. Now he's gonna go patrolling up here, but it's just too much. This guy's wrecked. Not sure what he does now, actually. Does he just go back to his starting spot? Does he stay in here? Oh, he goes back out. Ah, is he gonna leave? Where does he go? Yeah, he's going up. Right. Down. He's leaving. I think he left the entire area. I'm curious now when we go back down, will there be a guard in the area? No. Because after the Olga fight, there will be a guard. I thought maybe that would change this area too. That would be cool. Does he come back up?
Freeze.
Don't think so. Why does the music sound so strange? It might be a problem with the player. If you pause the stream and play the stream, it'll probably fix it if the music is warping. It's a common issue with Twitch's player.
I'm under enemy fire. Secure the perimeter.
Yeah.
Backup squad to deck D. Guard the galley area.
I want to see the clearing here, so I'm going to get caught on purpose. Hello.
Who's that? What's that? Enemy sight. Requesting backup unit. Clear.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Backup squad to deck D. Guard the galley area.
If you're in a cardboard box here during a clearing sequence, I think they just shoot at the box a couple of times. Hold on. Let's see.
Who's that? Enemy sight. Requesting backup unit.
Oh, do they still come in and do their usual thing? Yeah, I guess that's just their... Oh, God. Yeah, I guess that's just their usual evasion behavior, regardless of clearing. Shooting at the box. I guess that comes back from Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, right? Where they would always shoot at cardboard boxes to check them. Huh! Whoa! I lost my box. Kill me, kill me. I'd rather die than lose my box. We're all dead.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
Okay, I think we can continue. Let's do another silly call with Otacon.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second. Hey, Snake. What's hardest won, most easily lost? It's time. Get it? Amazing how relevant these Chinese proverbs still are. Once the moment's gone, it's gone. Except for daylight savings time, of course. That extra hour to do anything you like with every autumn. Gotta love it. Then again, you lose an hour every spring, so I guess the proverbs are right. Wow, they thought of everything.
Did they even have daylight savings back then?
Of course not. They knew how to save time. We're the ones that need to be tricked into it.
Yeah, but you said...
The moment never returns, Snake. Let's not waste it on idle questions.
What's with this guy?
Okay, let's go into the kitchen, shall we? Shoot him in the face. We can get some commentary here as well. Bump, dump,
Oh,
dump.
Snake.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not gonna... So he was about to have dinner.
And got a bullet in the head instead. Poor bastard.
Yeah, more of the crew here. I like some of the details here too, if we shoot the ketchup. Except that didn't actually make that much of a mess. Did I really shoot the ketchup there? Did I shoot something else? Oh wait, no, there we can see it. The salt is cool. If we shoot the salt, we just get this big puff. Nice.
That must be the mess hall.
It's pretty small considering the size of the ship.
I guess modern tankers are so automated that you only need a crew of about 20. That's not a lot to feed. There's a lot of things there, but make sure you don't disturb anything and leave traces. The enemy might notice.
We can play music on the pans as well. This, to really do this properly though, I need infinite ammo. Bum 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 bum. Hey, dames.
Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is headed. The bridge is on the top level. Go up.
No way.
Move the right stick.
I think there's still one more call I want to get here.
If you have a weapon...
The pans are the Metal Gear theme or something? Well, no, it's just a whole scale you can play, but I think you can play the Metal Gear theme on it. You can play a few different tunes.
Bodies can be moved to another... I recommend you hide the enemy's body as soon as you've taken them down.
Right.
You can also hide the enemy...
Yeah, right, whatever. Go, 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 go.
Snake, did you find out where that ship is headed?
I'm looking at it. 35 degrees longitude, latitude around 58.
More than 500 miles off the coast of the Bermudas, out in the middle of the Atlantic. So the prototype is ready for solo testing. It's basically combat worthy. That area is outside the Second Fleet's operational range, too. It must be a standalone Marine Corps project, which means this prototype Metal Gear must be designed for independent deployment, without any naval assistance. Anyway, analysis can wait till later. Snake, you need to go down to the holds and locate the actual metal...
So apparently when Snake sees Olga here, his first thought is of Meryl. That little grunt there, if you read the script for the game, beside that grunt, there's a note that says Snake thinks of Meryl when he sees Olga. And then that kind of continues when he goes out, in the Japanese version especially, because in the Japanese version, both Olga and Meryl have the same VA. And the next scene is supposed to mirror what happened outside of the cell when they first encountered each other in MGS1, where they have that face-off. Except here, Olga turns out to be very, very professional, as opposed to Meryl, who was a rookie. So it's kind of like a twist on what happened with Meryl and Snake in MGS1. Easier to pick up on in Japanese when they have the same VA, I would imagine. It's interesting as well, right? Because after the fight with Olga, you can get those optional calls when you look at Olga, where Snake says, where Otacon suggests that Snake might have some interest in her, and Snake says, no, I've had enough of tomboys, or something like that. The little Meryl callback after the fight. It's cool here, if we strafe, we can get a better look, but you still can't see her face. It's still covered.
There's something about that soldier who was standing outside the infrastructure. I think you should check it out. Use the hatch on the port side of the infrastructure to get out onto the navigational deck. That's where you need to go.
I don't think they ever mention Meryl by name in the game, no.
So that's the Ka-60 Kasatka, a multi-purpose military helicopter built by Kamov, the Russian aerospace firm. It adapts to a variety of missions: troop and weapons transport, medevac, target marking for attack choppers, even all-weather surveillance missions. It uses Fenestron-type tail rotors. That's what makes the distinct rotor sound that you picked up. It is a Russian helicopter, but we can't be sure that the hijackers are Russian military. After all, Kamov did make a civilian version, the Ka-62. And there's also the Ka-64, the export model.
Yeah, maybe they wanted to keep it slightly ambiguous. Although it'd be kind of weird for Snake to say such a line about, I've had enough of tomboys. If Meryl died, it would seem a bit disrespectful. You also start the game by seeing Snake wearing stealth camo as well, which is an endgame unlock in MGS1 for submitting to the torture and letting Meryl die. And that might make... Maybe that was partially put there to make players wonder about the fate of Meryl at the end of MGS1. But then, of course, at the end of the game, you also see Snake with his other end game item, the bandana. So, yeah, in the game as a whole, you see him with both of those items. I always thought that In the Darkness of Shadow Moses really suggested that Meryl lived as well, if you read In the Darkness. But at the same time, I don't think it outright states that she survived. But Nastasha assumes that she did. At least I think. Maybe she just straight up says that she survived. I think it's heavily implied that she survived. I don't think she... yeah. Can't remember exactly. I think there might be one more call that I can do here.
This is the bridge, but it's not just a place where you steer the ship. In a modern tanker, navigational, engine control, communication, and all other major operational functions are consolidated in the bridge. The ship is autopiloted via a global positioning satellite system. This is a precision instrument we're talking about here, so it's probably best to leave it alone. Snake, if you sustain damage from enemy attacks, it could increase your chances of capture. The bloodstains would lead them right to you, and that's another...
Shalashashka has landed. I'm on my way to the tanker holds. Report your status.
Control room, communications and engine room are under control. All entry and exit points to the tanker hold secured. Infrared sensors placed and operational.
Good work. Are the explosives in place?
Yes, they are all planted.
Listen, once we have what we came for, the tanker will be scuttled.
And the vehicle's pilot.
He's the only one who underwent the VR training. No one else can do it.
Are you sure you can trust him?
Your part in the mission is complete. You are to leave at once.
No, it's not over yet.
I can see the moon, even in this storm, pale as
Death. I have a bad feeling about this mission.
you swore this to me, that you would leave the unit once the mission was complete.
Do not worry, this is a country of liberty.
No, this is where I belong, with the unit. I have nowhere else to go. Father, I want to stay and fight.
There is no choice to make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild?
You will be on the helicopter out of here now.
Damn it.
Freeze! Hands over your head, now! Toss your gun overboard, slowly. A woman. Show your face.
You men, you're all the same.
Who are you?
We are nomads, wanderers.
I said don't move.
Americans. So you shoot women too.
I'm a nomad too. What else do you have there? Take the knife and toss it. Not there. Toss it overboard. Hold that position. Now, turn around.
You know what you're doing. It stopped raining. Not too shabby, is it? New York, I mean. And that brings our tour to its conclusion.
Scout knife with a surprise. You a Spetsnaz?
I think you deserve a little credit. No one's ever dodged that shot of mine. But no one gets lucky twice, either.
Let's do it. So there are some cool things about this fight that we'll go over. Oh! Let's equip a ration just in case.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life, my family. We've shared everything, all the bad and all the good. I have no one, nothing except the unit. Nothing else matters to me.
I want to see if I can lose sight of her first. Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da.
Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
She has a pretty unique move. If she can't find you, she'll just lob like 3 grenades all over the arena. I think maybe she knows where I am though. Yeah, see now she's scanning. Look at this, look at this. Boom! Boom! Oh! The cartwheel, nice. Okay, what if we try and take a picture of Olga? Let's see. Ah, fuck. Okay, this can be hard to trigger on this difficulty because I take so much damage. Come on, poke your head out.
What do you think I am, stupid? 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 What do you think I am, stupid?
And in a weird way, this actually stops her from being able to shoot you, I think. I think she's so distracted that it's throwing off her aim.
What do you think I am, stupid? What do you think I am, stupid?
She'll never hit me with those.
What do you think I am, stupid?
Another thing you can do here as well is... Oh, fuck. Yeah, you can make her laugh.
What do you think I am, stupid?
Oh, I'm dead. Another thing, if you go over here, it changes the music. Because you're all hidden away. It's not as explosive. You're not in the action. But then once you go back into the action... Oh, yeah. I don't think she's able to get you with a grenade from there, actually. Oh, she lost sight of me. Okay, let's fight her properly this time.
Snake?
Yeah, MGS2 does a few little things like that with its music. You know, like during the Twilight sniping swimming section later with Emma. When you're underwater, the music will change. You won't hear certain instruments. And then when you come back up, the music feels much more full and all the other instruments come back in. The bass comes back and the drums are much more percussive. In the hostage room with Ames as well, they also do something pretty cool with the music. But yeah, we'll get to that later. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Oof.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit. We've shared everything. All the bad.
Nice.
I have no one. Nothing except the unit. Nothing else matters.
Oh, beautiful.
Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
I just heard screaming outside. Bellingham scored. The kids next door are going crazy.
Take this!
Oh!
Cipher? Otacon, the ship appears to be under their control. The men have Russian gear, but I haven't been able to find out anything else about their origin.
I know who they are.
You do?
We've ID'd the old man,
Who is he?
Sergei Gerlukovich.
Gerlukovich, one of Ocelot's allies.
Yeah, the GRU colonel. He's the one Ocelot was supposed to meet up with after Shadow Moses.
They're after Metal Gear.
Everything's changed. This is not going to be as simple as we thought.
You could say that. I saw a surveillance remote just now. It looked like the Cipher.
A Marine Cipher T?
No, Army.
First the Marines, then the Russians, now the Army?
You're right. This isn't gonna be simple.
Snake, there's something I have to tell you.
What?
We didn't dig up this info about the new Metal Gear on our own. Not like usual.
How did you find out then?
It was a tip. An anonymous tip.
Anonymous? You've never trusted those. Why would you start now?
I have a younger sister, a stepsister. We have different parents.
No way.
I only knew her for 2 years.
You've never mentioned her before. So?
The sender of the tip was EE.
No way.
Her name is Emma, but I always call her EE.
What? Emma? Emmerich?
Yeah, it just caught my eye, you know?
What?
I figured it was a coincidence, but I couldn't get it out of my mind.
What?
There's really no one out there who knows about her.
You sure? When was the last time you saw her?
Over 10 years ago.
You think it's a trap? To lure us out here?
I don't know. After I got the tip, I did break into the Pentagon system to get confirmation.
Okay.
Watch your back, Snake. Maybe I screwed up.
I've got a light-equipped USP. I can take them on now. There's no ammo, but it takes a 9mm, just like the Marines' M9. I'll find those somewhere around here.
Don't raise too much racket with that thing.
I hear you.
Damn, I was hoping I could get the I can't believe you lied to me reaction there. Maybe I tried to do it too late into the conversation, or maybe you just can't get it there.
She's not dead, is she?
No. Just knocked out.
Good.
Looks like little Angel, doesn't she?
What's gotten into you?
Nothing.
Sleeping Beauty may have been awakened by Prince Charming's kiss, but you better not try it here.
I'm with you. Besides, I've had enough of tomboys.
Yeah, there it is.
What are you doing? How could you shoot someone who's unconscious? What are you, some kind of a monster?
Shut it.
Yeah, so we can go full Hellraiser here if we want. I think this is the only time as well that Snake actually kisses when he takes a picture. Listen to this. I think that's the only time you ever get that. Yeah, Snake is going to be in a lot of trouble when these images go online. This isn't going to look good. Now, of course, everyone's favorite part of the playthrough. Bad Humans, what is the call that I often forget about? There's another funny, unique reaction from Snake, and I'm struggling to remember what it is. It's like it's a sexual reaction, I think. Or it's like after some kind of sexual call. I think it's near the end of the tanker where you tend to mailing. Right. Oh yeah. We did it last time, and I still just forgot exactly where that call was. Yeah, here I'd like to just stop and observe the thunderstorm and the flashes of lightning that we get here. I've always appreciated how realistic the storm feels here. Sometimes you have to wait for a few minutes before you can even see a bolt of lightning. And you'll get them in like a variety of different sizes. Sometimes you'll only see a couple of small flashes. Ha! Sometimes you'll get really big bolts of lightning if you're lucky. Yeah, this is foreshadowing Raiden. Raiden is looming in the distance. Thunder and lightning. In the first image that they showed of Raiden in that MGS2 trailer as well, it was of him walking out of like a foggy, cloudy thunderstorm. 2-1, Kane scored. I hear them screaming again next door. Come on, give me a good bolt. Can you ever see it on the opposite side, I wonder? That was a nice one. Not a huge bolt of lightning, but nice and clear. Ooh, a big rumble. Okay, one more. Next time, regardless of how big it is, we'll leave it there. Come on, give me another big one. Oh! Ah! I hate when they're so high up. That one didn't count. We're waiting for another one. I should point the camera higher. There's no need to be looking at the buildings. Yeah, I should do this from now on. Put it up like this. Raiden means thunder and lightning, I think, more specifically. I think. Come on, come on, come on. Give me a big one. We haven't had one in a good while. They're cooking up a big one. Just wait, just wait. It's gonna be good. Did I see a little thing in the corner there? That one didn't count. That was too small. Come on, come on, come on. I don't even think that was anything, that last one. Come on, come on, come on, come on. What the hell, man? Okay, 20 seconds. 20. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 10. 9. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh, no bolts, just a flash. What a load of shit. Even though pointing the camera up like this is the better strat for seeing all the lightning, it's kind of it's a more boring image to look at, isn't it? I think I preferred when we had it down here, you know? This just looks nicer. Ah! But is it worth it if we're going to miss out on potentially huge lightning bolts? Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
Snake, I know you're into high places, but do you think maybe you can head down into the hold sometime this year? You're here to take those photos of Metal Gear, remember?
Yeah, okay, right. I guess we'll play the game. We also get thermal goggles here. Otacon, tell me about these thermal goggles.
Hey, Snake, you found a handgun.
It's a decent one. USP.
The USP fires real bullets, not the knockout rounds the M9 uses. You know that.
Yeah.
You have the thermal goggles equipped, huh? They provide night vision by using variances in heat distribution to create an image. It uses a two-dimensional solid-state projection system to create high-res images at 60 FPS in real time. By using the thermal goggles, you can take a look at the enemy's neck to see if they have dog tags or not.
60 FPS in real time. Which it was on MGS2 as well. Or on PS2, rather. Yeah, imagine if MGS2 was a whole-ass console. Turned every single game into MGS2. Here we get a suppressor for our USP. That's an NG Plus only thing as well, by the way. Does it change if you're playing the game in 30 FPS? Well, originally the game was 60 FPS. Were any of the original versions at a lower frame rate? It does on the Vita? The Vita version is 30 FPS. They didn't change that fucking call, though, did they, Bad Humans? That'd be hilarious. Otacon rambling on about the wonders of 30 FPS. That'd be funny, man.
Freeze.
Are you going to shoot me?
Stop
If
it.
you're going to do it, then do it.
Oh, you bitch. I think I remember Bad Humans saying once that originally the idea was for this guy that he was going to eventually kill himself out here if you didn't interact with him. That he was just going to stay up here, patrol around for a bit, go to the edge, and then after like a minute he would jump over the edge. I think you said that, right, Bad Humans? Wasn't that the original plan for this guy? That he was a suicidal guard? It was mentioned in Kojima's MGS2 diary. I never did the cigarettes call, did I?
Snake, are you smoking? You really should quit. First of all, it turns you into an instant target in the dark. As for what it means to your health, I won't even go there. Remember what Naomi said about lung cancer rates? Everyone knows that it's a dangerous substance.
So's war, and I've done that all my life.
Well, you can screw up your own body if you like, but think about other people, okay?
This is the new kind that has almost no secondhand smoke. It won't bother anyone.
Oh, really? Didn't I see you toss the butt off the bridge? Littering, polluting. You have a long way to go, my friend.
Yeah, and in real life, apparently people did complain about Snake tossing a cigarette at the start of the game. And that's why in MGS3, when Snake puts out his cigar, it doesn't fall outside of the aircraft. It rolls back into the aircraft. And then in MGS4, they go even further, because they have Snake with that, you know, that little holder thing that he has. That cylindrical little canister where he gets to put his cigarettes. Yeah, his little portable ashtray. We can get a box call as well. The box call in this really isn't all that great, though. On the plant, we can get some good box calls.
Using the old cardboard box trick, huh? Looks good on you, Snake. Camouflage is the best way to slip past enemy surveillance. But cardboard is just paper when it comes down to it. It won't withstand any serious assault for long. Don't rely on the trick too many times either. And I recommend you keep it dry.
Crust Easy with the 17, thank you. Awful box call. What were they thinking? Why even make a box call if you're gonna do that? But they make up for it on the plant. There's good box calls on the plant. Several of them as well. Sotacon have a ration call? I can't remember what his ration call is.
This is the bridge. But it's not just a place where you steer the ship. In a modern tanker, navigational, engine control, communication, and all other major operational functions are consolidated.
We already did that one.
So you've got rations now. These are military food supplies and allow you to recover some life with use. If it is equipped in advance, the ration will automatically be used and life will be regained when you receive damage. You can select it in the window and push the confirmation button to use the item on the spot. Rations were designed to be carried and eaten on the field. They're all about functionality and calories. They use special freeze-drying methods developed by the NROC. They're compact, portable, and last for weeks.
Does the dry box become a wet box if you stay outside in it for a while? I've never tested it. I don't think so, but I can't remember ever testing it myself either. I'll test it for like a minute. I really love Snake's box call in Japanese. He sounds like an infomercial salesman. I think he sounds like that in English as well. He sounds like he's really advertising the box. Take care of your box and it'll take care of you. But I guess in Japanese they go even further with it. Yeah, I doubt this is gonna change. That would be really cool, though. Otsuka just comes across much more hype about it. Yeah, I guess the hater is still fairly kind of relaxed in that call. He isn't going crazy. Let's see if we can get the call about the Cypher and Gerlukovic.
Snake, Metal Gear is in the holds below the tanker's deck. The Cypher's what it looks like. A flying surveillance saucer. It's an unmanned aerial vehicle used for ground and ocean surveillance, and it also assists in communication. It can take off and land vertically, and uses a ducted airstream from its rotors and the surrounding shroud to fly. The one you saw was the type used by the Army, if I recall. But I can't see the Army officially cooperating with a top-secret Marine Corps project.
No, which means that there's someone besides us and the Russians that are interested in the new Metal Gear prototype.
Cyphers can stay airborne for about 3 hours, so there should be an integrated mobile ground station controlling its flight pattern and output nearby. It's got to be on land. I'll bet you anything it's disguised as a regular truck or something, driving along Riverside. Let me check it out.
Good call.
Snake, the M9's anesthetic rounds have different effects depending on where it hits. If you manage to land them on the...
Yeah.
Didn't think Gerlukovic was involved, of all people.
Ocelot's former CO, and a man with a private army of ex-Russian military and GRU soldiers. I don't like it.
And Liquid was planning to team up with that bunch at Shadow Moses.
All he managed to do back then was to provide a toy or two. Looks like he's had enough of sponsoring insurrections.
So this time he's out here himself. I guess he's after Metal Gear?
History repeats itself. Metal Gear has enough strategic clout to upset the balance of military power overnight. He must be dreaming of Mother Russia's return to glory.
Like you said, history repeats itself. Some people never change.
Maybe it's the world that doesn't, or won't, change.
Maybe. But we're fighting to upset the status quo too, aren't we?
Hey, what's up, Stool Drool? Yeah, fuck waiting around for this box to get wet. Let's go back in. Let's make sure we're keeping up to date with our save calls.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second. The Chinese have a saying. Those who are lost never question a path, and a drowning man doubts not the shallows. And it means that you need to make use of other people's help. Otherwise, you could be in trouble. If you're lost, you don't even know whether a road you come across is a right one. And, well, what's the difference between shallow and deep if you've already drowned, right? Anyway, the point is that help is always a good thing to accept. So make good use of the codec.
Look, this stuff seems nothing like what Mei Ling used to talk about.
Hey, she couldn't do better herself.
Ugh. Okay, now we can just rush back.
Freeze.
Ooh, slick. Okay, time for the Bad Humans special. Hopefully I don't let him down here. Oh, fuck. Already let him down. Ooh! Nice. Okay, a little bit slow, but I got it. You can distract them with the bell. So look at this mess. I love how the room stays the same. Everything is just as you left it.
Raven.
It can't be. Well, I guess I got a cold out there with the box.
Snake, that shadow, it's
him. No doubt about it.
But Raven was, you know, out in Shadow Moses.
I know. Maybe it's the last of his 9 lives. Or maybe his maker decided to give him another chance.
You're not serious, are you?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Either way, we'll find out soon enough.
Snake, watch your step, okay?
Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. You don't even know if you're being serious, Snake, or you're just refusing to tell me? I think originally they were going to have another codec call here as a follow-up, which was going to be like product placement for the McFarlane toys, because that's what this is supposed to be. One of the MGS1 McFarlane toys, or a recreation of it. You can see the toys in MGS1 as well inside Otacon's lab. Or, you know, you can see the packaging. You can't see the dolls like this, but you can see the packaging. I don't think the toys were this fancy, though, were they? I don't think they made sounds. I don't think you could shoot stuff with Raven like this. So I think this is a bit more advanced than the real thing. Good. I did not mean to kick you over that rail. How the hell did he end up flying over that one? Usually he'll land on the guy down below him here. What the hell was that? Oh. Oh shit, he landed there. Damn, they take a while to get over here.
Send the replacement guard for the area.
You got one again? that what he said? He got one again? Their dialogue changes like that depending on if you know, if they've already engaged in one of these sequences where you killed a guy that they found. Or maybe just if you kill someone, regardless of if they find the body. Don't recall hearing that before, but I probably have. Ba-da-lam-ba-dam.
Snake, there should be a door into the holds in the northwest section of the engine room. Head west. Snake, the engine room is full of solid structures. You could probably use them to get away when the enemy's chasing you. Use the hanging mode wisely. That's the engine room. You can see the tanker's engine in the middle there. The engine noise is pretty loud, but that means the enemy's hearing will be hampered too.
It's another cool detail with this place. The enemy's hearing range isn't as good, so if you're being loud with the USP, you can get away with a lot more. Another crazy thing you can do here is... Where is it?
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Hold on. Let's wait for these guys to go back. There are actually a couple of posters like this. But here's one of them. Huh?
Good.
But yeah, all the posters in this room, for some reason, when you shoot them, this is what happens. Just too hot, I guess. So hot that they explode if you touch them. Hey, Shizzle. Oh my god, Raven. Every time they open the door up there. Ba-da-la-ba-da. Another thing we can do here is level up our grip gauge. Fuck it, I'm just gonna wait for this to die down. Okay, we good? Oh no.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Ah, Jesus Christ. Over there. Yeah, that was foolish. Just kill me. Just kill me. I want to do this again. Scratch.
What's going on? Snake! Snake!
Freeze.
I just want to clear out these couple of guys so I can level up my grip gauge in peace. Little trick you can do with the box here as well.
Freeze.
Oh, I lost it. If you unequip the box while he's lifting the box, you can run around behind him while he has it in his hand, freeze him. But in areas like this, you're in danger of losing it completely. England pulled off a win in the end, Seagull. Congrats. I'm assuming you're a England supporter. Okay, let's level up this gauge to rank 2 at least. Oh yeah, also, just to explain what's happening here, for those of you that don't know, to level up your grip gauge in this, you can either do pull-ups like this, or you can do what I'm doing, drop down. Each one of these is worth 10 pull-ups. Did someone score a bicycle? Just like real life. Yeah, this is the faster way of doing it. It's faster than doing 10 pull-ups. And you need 100 pull-ups to level up the gauge. It can go all the way up to level 3. But I think I'll just bring it up to level 2. Bellingham scored a bicycle. Nice. What is it used for? Mainly accessing parts of the ray holds at the end of the tanker. Which... There we go. We got level 2.
Congrats, Snake. Looks like those pull-ups were worth it. Your grip strength is up.
And those other parts of the tanker have more guards if you're going for a full dog tag playthrough. The rate at which your grip gauge depletes is also dependent on the amount of health that you have. If your health is really low, it'll go down way faster. If your grip gauge is decent as well, you can just... See that wire there? You can move from this part of the engine room all the way to the opposite side. Does the difficulty affect grip? I don't think so, actually. But I could be wrong. Maybe difficulty does affect the grip. Yeah, I can't remember. But yeah, from this position you can drop down here as well. And then there. Back up. And if they ever do win something significant, Mr. Man, you'll just never hear the fucking end of it. You know, the pundits will all be acting like they're some supreme footballing nation. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it wouldn't be. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad. Oh God! If I swing up and land on top of this guy's head, I think it'll send him flying, right? But I don't think he'll come up all the way. Oh God. Oh! Okay, well I knocked him over. I didn't do the full job though. Oh, I thought I did knock him out there for a second. No, you don't need anything. They won't go into a caution now, at least. They'll just wake him up.
The situation is normal. Oh, please.
Yeah. Sleeping guards. There's nothing wrong with sleeping guards. Nobody finds that suspicious at all. If a guard wakes up from a sleeping state, they won't call in backup or anything like that. If they wake up after being knocked out, they'll remember that they were knocked out by someone. If they get put asleep, I guess they just assume that they must have fell asleep. I think this guard is actually another one of those weird guards that moves depending on your position. When I was down there, he just kept staying locked down in that one position. But now that I'm down here, I think he might come all the way down here. Or maybe you have to go up here to trigger him into that. It's coming home. When was the European Championship ever home?
Freeze.
Move!
Let's see.
Repair of the entranceway to the engine room on the port side is complete. We'll return to position following patrol of the small room on the port side.
Damn, he ended up in a position there. Oh, that's cool, the sound when the door opens.
Do you want to save, Snake? Acquaintances agree, friends argue. And that's a straightforward one. The better friends you are, the more openly you can disagree with each other. So feel free to present a counterpoint if you don't agree with what I'm saying. Argue away.
Sure, all right.
Not a promising start. Okay, forget what I said. Just go along with my advice.
And here, for this picture, there's a little bit of a twist. Right, seems like just another poster that you can take a picture of. But if we try and take a picture of it, Snake has nothing to say. Usually he'll say good if you've done it correctly, if it's registered. But here, nothing. But that's because it's actually 2 pictures in one. And her hand there is from this guy. And later, Otacon will find this absolutely hilarious.
Good.
There we go, it registers.
Snake, wait! Don't move!
I see it. Some kind of device on both sides of the hall. Infrared sensors?
Right, and they're linked to...
Let me guess. Semtex.
Exactly. Plastic explosives.
So this is what they were talking about.
Looks like it. If you trip the sensors...
I'll be sleeping with the fishes, along with this entire ship.
That sounds about right.
I'm not in the mood to go sleep with the fishes, but there are too many sensors. Looks like I'll have to find another way.
No need to worry. There's a way through. Take a close look. Do you see the thing with blinking green lights right next to the explosives? That's the control unit for the sensors. Destroy that, and the sensors stop functioning. You can't get in close enough to touch it, so you'll have to shoot it out. But the M9's knockout rounds won't work. The USP you picked up should do the trick. Use that gun.
Am I playing the Master Collection? No. You should be able to tell that it isn't the Master Collection because all of the sound effects aren't completely broken and make you want to rip your ears out. No, I'm just throwing shade. Apparently they fixed the sound effects, I think. But no, this is the HD collection. The HD collection that's released on PS3, which also has some issues, but not as bad as the Master Collection. Though I think it is in a better state now since I played it. I only played the Master Collection on release when it first came out. Played the PS4 version when it first came out, and it was god awful. The sound especially was just completely butchered. Let's get rid of these. Yeah, Bad Humans was theorizing that Konami felt pressured to put out the Master Collection even though they knew it wasn't finished because they had like a bad quarter or something. Their profits weren't meeting expectations and they, you know, have to satisfy their shareholders. They're listed on the Japanese stock exchange, Konami. They're a big company and they have a lot of people they need to satisfy. And I think that may have been the reason that the Master Collection released in such a kind of baffling state. I feel like that really makes sense as an explanation as well, given that there were clear indications that people really cared, you know? Like that the people who were actually working on the game, on the collection, it's obvious that you had people that cared because they fixed minuscule things regarding the HD collection. You know, they fixed issues that the HD collection had, things that only the hardcore fans would ever give a fuck about, you know, that 99% of other people wouldn't even notice. Including things like the screenplay books, which never got a Western release, translations of the screenplay books. Again, just kind of a gift for the hardcore fans. Features like the Mantis save editor. You know, we had these things that really indicated that this was going to be a really quality product, but then it was just, yeah, you really got the sense that it was not ready for release. Because it was crazy, you know, these minuscule little fixes, but then in the larger picture, when it came to the larger picture, it was just totally fucked. You know, like the entire sound design broken, but minor HD collection bugs were fixed. Very weird. It must be crushing to have some corporate suit who couldn't give a fuck about the artistry come in and tell you to push it out the door despite you knowing it isn't ready. Yeah. You know, you're carefully crafting this thing and then out of nowhere you have to release it in such a botched state. Guap. But yeah, hopefully with... I think they said in that recent presentation as well that they're going to continue to patch it as well. They've acknowledged the problems with it very explicitly now a couple of times. Scatman Fiddlestick with the 78 months. Thank you. Well, there are a few games not included in the Kojimathon. We're not playing every single game. But maybe in the future we'll do something like that, and maybe do like other spin-offs as well, non-Kojima stuff, where we do like a mixed marathon with like the core games and then maybe some of the spin-offs too. We'll see. I'm glad to do a bit of a different marathon for a change, though. I've been meaning to do something like this for a while. Penguin Quest, Penguin Adventure. Actually, before I continue, let's do another save call.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second. Do you know the saying, one forgets the hurt once the wound is healed? And that, of course, means... where'd I put that piece of paper?
Did you say something?
No, nothing. Forgetting the pain when the wound's healed means... that you have to get better fast. Yeah, that's it. So stock up on those rations and bandages.
Is that really all it means?
Hey, I'm the expert here.
Yeah, Mr. Man, then you'd have to have... If it was retranslated, you'd need the voice actors to come back in. And then you'd be splicing a lot of the old recordings with new recordings where they sound vastly different. That might not be so good. It's okay having that for a few tutorial calls, I think, but you wouldn't want too much of that. All right, okay, Mr. Man.
Checkpoint passed. All non-essential personnel report to the holds in 10 minutes' time for the scheduled briefing session with the Commandant. You are ordered to continue manning your posts until that time.
I think this lighting looks kind of weird, doesn't it, compared to how it did in the original game? Like when you take out the USP here. The way the textures look lit up here. I feel like it looked kind of more natural on the original game, you know, on the PS2 version. And here, when you go back, you get this aliasing. That looks jank. Yeah, it almost looks like the walls here don't have any textures. Sydney with the 21 months. Thank you. And the one in a row. Ba-da-lum-bum.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
Are they just straight up missing their textures there, or is there just something else going on?
Snake, have you heard this one? Evil is human nature, and his entire being falseness. The concept of so-called original sin. The idea that you're born bad, so you can't help doing bad things.
Hold on. I thought the idea of original sin was that you had to work even harder at being good because you were born evil.
Oh, yeah, that too. Very good, Snake.
Ugh. Hold on, I just want to take a look at something here. I feel like I'm seeing things on the wall more clearly here when I don't have the light pointed at it, but it's still just kind of too dark to see. I know, there's definitely something weird about how the light looks here. Aside from the aliasing.
What? Somebody there? Who's there? Don't sneak up on me like that.
I love the light that flickers there and just flashes on them for a second.
Nah, it was just my imagination playing tricks on me.
Here's everyone's favorite. Whoop. Gotta be careful with this guy here. You might think you can just safely run past him. You see that he's asleep. Ah! Well, he fucked up that plan. Finish them!
Return to your positions. Increase security. Acknowledged. Reinforcement.
Is there anyone here?
Stay sharp for any sign of disturbance.
I think we're all alone here. But yeah, as I was saying, that last guy that's sleeping, he does wake up every now and then, so you're not safe to just walk past him. Or, well, you can, but you need to pick your moment. You need to make sure he's actually asleep. Ba, 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 ba.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second. You know the story about Achilles in Paris? The moral here is, well, something about his heel. Anyway, even the great and virtually immortal hero Achilles was finally done in by Paris. Talk about a dangerous city. So don't get complacent. The mission can turn around and get you.
Wasn't Paris a person?
What?
Paris, I thought he was a...
Snake. There's a time and a place for conspiracy theories. Please, I'm trying to concentrate here.
Huh? Sorry.
Hey, what's up, Crow? Good to see you. Yeah, these calls just get sillier and sillier and sillier. We're almost at the end now, I think.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
And if you do all of them, you get a special reward at the end. You get a special guest appearance from another character.
Do you know the saying, those who walk 100 leagues think not that their journey is half ended until the 90th league? That means... what does it mean? Okay, it means that if you're planning to walk that far, you better damn well know how to do simple arithmetic. Study, stay in school.
This seems to be getting more and more random.
Correction. It's becoming more deep. Trust me.
Okay, go on. Keep going, Otacon. More.
Time to save?
Yeah.
The Chinese have a proverb that goes, scholars hold in esteem knowledge, not acts. See, they just sit around thinking instead of actually doing something, which doesn't make them too useful. Action is what matters, I think.
Look, what I heard from Mei Ling was that...
Snake, have you noticed that you bring her up a lot?
Huh? That isn't the...
Here we go again. What am I gonna do with you?
Like I was saying...
You and your hyperactive libido. It's a good thing one of us can keep all the details straight. Oh, Snake, you want to save?
Yeah, I haven't been keeping up with my save calls. I should have done more of them earlier.
This is my favorite Chinese saying. Better to be first among roosters than last among bulls. Of course, the meaning's clear. If you have to choose between being a chicken or a cow, pick the chicken. Cows are always being messed with by aliens. Cattle mutilations are up, you know. Why go looking for trouble, right? If an enemy spots you, you'll be in more trouble than a cow on a UFO. You stay out of their sight.
Why would aliens be in an old Chinese proverb?
Everyone knows they've been visiting us for thousands of years.
News to me.
Yeah, I think that's the last of the regular calls.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
Now I think we get to the grand finale.
Snake, do you know the Chinese proverb, care avoids error? Error is thought to be a Kung word, meaning what? There's some linguists who think that this accounts for an almost universal utterance of the syllable when people are at a loss for words. A kind of vestigial...
Hey!
Ah!
What a crock! What did you do with that little cheat sheet I made you? Oh, there it is. Hey!
That's really,
How could you do that? You know how busy I am and you...
It's not what you think.
Oh?
Gotcha.
So what am I thinking?
What's going on over there? Kind of
Oh, hi, Snake. Do you know that Otacon's been...
Mei Ling, we're in the middle of a mission and everything, so can we, you know...
Fine. Sure.
I'm feeling
And
kind
Snake,
of funky.
the real meaning of care avoids error is that if you're cautious, you can avoid making serious mistakes. Even if you've gotten used to the mission, watch what you do. Good luck.
Yeah, Snake, good luck.
Kind of funky.
You, I'm not done with.
Yeah.
Let's discuss this, shall we?
That is Mei Ling's original VA, yeah. feeling kind of funky. There's actually one more as well.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
Ba-da-lam, ba-dam.
What happened to Mei Ling?
She got mad and went offline.
What did you do?
Nothing. Now, don't we need to get back to the mission? So much to do, so little time.
His squeal there.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
This pile of corpses here. Ba-da-lam, ba-dam. Ba-da-lam, ba-dam.
We have sealed the stern hatch. The lift is also under our control.
We're on the foredeck, about to descend to the holds.
Sir, the Marine Commander has started his speech already.
We will complete the preparations before the end of the speech.
All communications to the holds have been severed. No one is aware of our presence.
Let no one down into the holds until we are out.
Yes, sir. We will secure your exit with our lives if necessary.
There is one more thing.
Yes, sir.
My daughter, keep her safe.
Yes, sir.
Who goes there?
Here we go. Ah, fuck you. Whew. Oh, it's just you two that's left, is it? Ah, the first part of that was really nicely done. Bum, bum.
goes there? Oh, Shalashaska. Why are you here? We thought you were with the Colonel. What the...
The Colonel will be joining you soon, comrade.
Yeah, Mr. Man, still lots of screaming next door.
Snake, are you in yet? Have you made it to the holds?
It's taking longer than I expected. We've already passed the Verrazano Bridge.
All right, we'll use another recovery point.
They may be planning to change course.
What?
The exits to the deck are all sealed.
What are they planning?
If they get Metal Gear, we're going right off the fringe.
You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses.
The men down here are definitely Marines.
The current state of nuclear...
If the deck is sealed off, they have no way of knowing that the ship's been taken over.
I'm not interested in fighting these guys. The weapons won't do me much good here.
Can you see Metal Gear?
No. I'll have to go around to the bow. They have some serious defenses here. I doubt the recent arrivals want to blast their way through the Marines either.
Wonder where they're headed?
I don't know. Not the beach, that's for sure.
Okay, Snake. Let's go over this one more time. Use this camera to get photographic evidence of the Metal Gear prototype. Now do your thing and take pictures that speak louder than the government's plausible denials. We need 4 shots. Metal Gear from the front right, and front left, and a close-up of the Marine Corps marking.
Marking?
There should be a Marine's insignia on the body of Metal Gear. Just let someone try explaining away a clear shot of that.
All right.
There's actually one little thing.
Just spit it out. I'm used to things going wrong.
It looks like someone's monitoring our transmission.
Who?
I don't have a clue. All they're doing is watching. It would creep me out less if they tried to interfere with our communications.
Could it have something to do with that cipher we saw?
Maybe. I've switched the encryption protocol for our burst transmission for now. What I want to do is use a different method for sending these photos, just in case.
Instead of using the codec?
Exactly. There's a workstation in the southeast corner of the block where Metal Gear is housed. I've made arrangements so that you can send the pictures from the machine.
Arrangements?
I hitched a ride on Link 16 into US military's proprietary network. Managed to get into that workstation and overwrote a part of the system software so I could remote install a little app I wrote.
Why bother with anything that complicated?
No, it's pretty simple, really. Look, all you have to do is stand in front of the machine and push the action button. The app will automatically launch and download the image data from the camera, split the files, and encrypt them individually. The data packets can then masquerade as...
Okay. So all I have to do is push the action button in front of the computer once I have the pictures, right?
Well, sure, if you put it that way. And one more thing. The Commandant's already begun his speech, but you need to get the pictures before he's done talking. Otherwise, they'll spot you, okay?
How much time do I have?
I hacked into his personal files and took a look at the text of that speech. I'd say you have 7 more minutes. Longer if he throws in a joke or two.
A 7-minute time limit, huh?
Remember, Snake, just the photos, okay?
With these kinds of odds, I won't be making any sudden moves. But that doesn't mean we can just let Metal Gear be hijacked.
Okay, but first the photos.
All right, we'll deal with the rest when we get there.
Stay low.
I don't understand why the guard locks you in. I think he's scared shitless of Snake. You know, he's like the one guy that was left behind. He looks extremely relieved once he closes that door. You know, he breathes a sigh of relief, and then he's Quickly interrupted by Ocelot. Yeah, Snake just destroyed all his comrades.
Development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course,
If we go back in here, we can get
with Ray, the hundreds,
some more M9 ammo, some sneaky M9 ammo.
Are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained.
That way is locked.
The Marine Corps and our Ray.
Hey, what's up, Big Softy?
At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is
now,
about
let's
to
check
see
the
a
guy
swarm
over
of
here.
these Metal Gear derivatives.
This guy over here
Some say that the strategic importance
with the
of
substance
aircraft
tags
carriers
has a
will be
pretty
reduced by
unique
the invention
name,
of Ray.
but I'm not sure if
The
I'm
opposition from the Navy is an undeniable
playing with
fact.
2001 or
There's a lot of pressure
2002
from
tags.
Navy brass,
I think I'm on
especially those with
2001
submarine
tags.
and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player.
Oh my god.
But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen.
I think I already
Always
have
bear
it.
that in mind.
Yeah.
Freeze.
If you play with 2002 dog tags, this guy has Major Zero's name on his dog tag, David O, which is kind of curious. That makes you wonder if David O was originally just the name of a random fan who they decided to give Major Zero's name. Or maybe it was a completely made-up name for Major Zero and they just decided to put it on this dog tag. If they were maybe in the early days of MGS3 development while Substance was being released. Because the 2002 tags are the Substance dog tags. Sons of Liberty had different names on the tags. Sons of Liberty had one list of names and Substance had an entirely different list. But yeah, all the random guys, they're all just supposed to be fans. You know, back in the day you could enter in a competition to get your name on the dog tags. That'd be cool if David O was actually just a random MGS fan and that's where they got the name from. Maybe they just liked the name for some reason and thought it fit with Zero.
This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs.
With Ray.
Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development. It cannot be more different in nature from the Navy's. Theirs is a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation. It is a fact that players in favor of such a policy are attempting to derail our own Ray project. But I promise...
Good.
Oh, nice. That registered.
I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious, unlike the Army's Rex.
So here you need to be careful with the projector.
Move in undetected.
You step across the light,
any shore level.
your shadow will be cast up on the screen.
It's on onboard joint tactical information distribution.
If you look at the light, you can see that it rises, you know, it ascends there. If we run across here, we'll be caught by it, but if we go all the way up to the edge here, we can actually run underneath it.
This new model of metal
Or you can use your box down here.
Ray, after the great manta ray. Our ray has
Or
a
just
sting
simply
that
crawl
nature
under it.
Never gave the manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before. George Sears surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shadow Moses. The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear Rex and next-generation nuclear...
Love what they do with the sound again. It's muffled here.
He was forced to resign after the
Then when we open the door, we can hear him more clearly.
The Metal Gear Rex development...
And here, if we keep going back and forth...
The Metal Gear Rex development... The Metal Gear Rex development... The Metal Gear Rex development...
His lines just keep repeating.
The Metal Gear Rex development...
But if we keep doing it...
The Metal Gear Rex development... The Metal Gear Rex development...
If we keep doing it...
The Metal Gear Rex development... The Metal Gear Rex
We keep doing it.
Don't stay on the same ground. We're here to complete a mission. And that means moving forward. Take pride in being a Marine. Remember what that means. Only those who are willing to take risks can achieve victory.
So good. You sure you're talking to the Marines there, Scott? That wasn't addressed at me. You weren't talking to me there? Calls you out for being a coward, I know.
Shadow Moses was supposedly the first preparatory measure taken against the future possibility of reduced nuclear defense capabilities. NMG technology leaked to other nations would make that contingency likely. But if this theory is correct, it means that there was a calculated intent to cash in on this...
Oh shit, look! You see that? One of the Gorlukovich guys just grabbed someone up there.
We are here today
and now they come running in. Look, look, look.
Our country of these corrupting forces. That is our mission. You will bear that in mind.
Another thing that's very easy to miss. And it seems like the Marines missed it too.
You must be Terrence. Let's do a little stretching, shall we?
Oh shit.
Right. Front. Right. Left.
That's one of my favorite little Easter eggs, Mr. Man, yeah.
To move on. It is an undeniable fact that there is a force at work in our government. And
I might be
within the
fucked
military,
here.
seeking to control national affairs to suit its own interests. Metal Gear Ray bears the burden of confronting this party.
Freeze.
Thwarting their plans and guiding this nation back to its original path. This exercise is but a first step towards that goal. The future of the country rests with you.
Where the hell are my pictures? Oh, I'm using the digital camera.
Proliferation. The development of Metal Gear technology are about to render agreements like the NPT and START obsolete. There are also forces at work trying to exploit this disturbing trend to further their own The human race is about to slide back into the endless arms race of that last century. And we cannot afford to play that Russian roulette again. The Metal Gear Ray you see, in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature than the Navy.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
Another one of the best. Classic. Hey, put that back on!
Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear. With Ray,
okay, now we'll head down
thousands of Metal Gears that exist all
to
over
the final area.
The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this.
If you do that with the stealth camo equipped, do they still see you? Man, I can't remember ever trying it with the stealth camo. But I reckon it probably does. It feels like a completely scripted scene. Like, even when Snake is changing the slides from left to right there, that's all automatic.
To a number of rogues.
You're not controlling the slides at all there, so I reckon... yeah, I reckon that it's just entirely fixed.
They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability.
But yeah, it might be worth testing.
The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. Some say that
oh, I know what you mean, Laser Pants. Hold on, let's see. Let's see. I think even kneeling might get me spotted. I'm not sure.
There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a
looks like I can get on my...
But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen.
Oh, I thought the game might have bugged out there.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear
I guess
is,
in
of course,
MGS2 you
another
can't
Metal
go from a prone state into a crouching state.
With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it...
Snake, you okay? Snake! Snake!
We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
How many game over cutscenes like that are there?
Thousands of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat.
I think that's the only one. I think that's the only one that has a scene like that.
That will accomplish this. At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own metal
I
gear.
can go from prone to crouching if I go into a wall, yeah.
Deploying their own metal gear force to
Let's
compete
try
with
that
the
here.
US's nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these metal gear derivatives.
Yeah, I can get on my toes. I can press L2 and R2 and get away with it. Whoa, look at this, I'm in the light. I'm looking through the light.
There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major
there you
player.
go.
But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. This weapon will render all other metal gears obsolete. Nations building up their own metal gear force would think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order. And we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Ours is not the only military project devoted to metal gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature than the Navy's. Theirs is a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled...
We're gonna take this path into the final area.
It is a fact that players and
If you don't take this path, you'll miss out on a couple of cool little details.
but I promise you that they will not succeed. You must be tense. Let's do a little stretching. You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses incident during the Sears administration. The current state of nuclear proliferation is a direct result of that event.
Metal Gear.
I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better...
No, Raiden, that was one of the scenes that I thought of, but it's not really a cutscene. You know, the screen goes black, and then you hear, it has unique audio. You know, when it cuts to black, you hear him getting shot to shit. So it is unique in that way, but it doesn't really have a cutscene.
Metal Gear Ray is amphibious, unlike the Army's Rex. It can cruise deep underwater, move in undetected and make...
Maybe if you let the timer run out there or something. Well, I think the same thing just happened.
Onboard Joint Task Force Information Distribution System identifies targets with unerring accuracy. And takes
We're not
them
going to
out
do
with
the
massive
thing
firepower.
yet.
It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard. I'd like you all to think about what that means. I have a daughter.
Snake, that workstation is the transfer point between the tanker's intranet and the outside world. Use it to send those pictures over. All you have to do is face the computer and push the action button, and the photos will be sent. Hope you took a good one. That workstation is hooked up to the greater military network. The speech in the holds is being relayed out through that machine. We'll be making use of it too. I managed to get in through an Army IC router in Ohio. All I had to do from there was use the Link 16 to remotely install a few drivers and an application onto that workstation. So your camera can talk to their computer now. Hey, even military networks use products based on commercial technology. Nothing too unfamiliar there. Besides, I cut myself a back door when I still had access. I had a lot of access privileges when we were developing Rex. Hey, are you listening?
Oh, yeah.
Really? Anyway, the program will compress, encrypt, and packetize the photo's image data. I used Bayton for encryption, by the way. And the beauty of it is, the packets are disguised to look like the Taydil-J message format. Get it? It's the standard tactical digital information link message format. And the packets will be sent out cloaked by their own speech broadcast. Tell me that isn't brilliant. Want me to go over it again?
No. Once was enough.
A lot of that is real stuff that he's talking about there as well, from what I understand. Bayton and the Taydil-J message format that was used by the military, I think. The whole Link 16 thing. Hold on, I have to Google this again. Taydil-J refers to the system of standardized J-series messages, which are known by NATO as Link 16. These are defined by U.S. military standard 6016. It's used by the U.S. Navy, U.S. Army, U.S. Marine Corps, U.S. Air Force, U.S. Coast Guard, the NSA, several NATO countries, and Japan as part of the multi-tactical data link network. And yeah, there's loads of info here. Okay, let's take a look, shall we? Some weird details here that just flies by. Arms Tech was written there. Monorith MGX. Kernel 6238. Here he's trying all these different passwords. Login Scott. Police Naut Scott. /Sprite. I guess that's supposed to be him loading in the program or loading in the sprite, yeah.
So, any codec moments from you, Snake? The first one I'm seeing is... Ah, don't send me creepy stuff like this. What if I get possessed or something? Sorry, but this doesn't work. I hate to ask, but can you try again? The next one's... Oh, this is,
What?
Nothing. It's nothing. But this isn't a photo of Metal Gear anyway. Sorry, but you're gonna have to go back and shoot another set. I'll just make a backup of this one. Next up is... This is hilarious! This rules. But we can't use it. Get the shots we need. I'll just make a backup of this one.
Why are you being all perverted at the end?
Next up is... This is hilarious! This rules. But we can't use it. Get the shots we need. What's next? So, this explains a lot. Not that there's anything wrong with keeping it to yourself. I mean, you know, it's your life and everything.
Yeah,
but you're going to have to take those Metal Gear photos now.
He didn't get perverted at the end of the last one when it was just a guy.
Okay, last one's coming up.
You big homophobe, Otacon.
Isn't this that soldier on the deck, Olga? I can't believe you took a picture of her, all things considered. We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Get the prototype on camera.
And it is my greatest wish never to have...
You can also see Straight Logic, which is a call forward to Acid 2. Okay, I never really stopped. I should look up the images of what's actually written there. Because it always goes by... It goes by too fast to really see it properly.
her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generations.
Nice.
As a soldier, I know that is my duty. I seem to be repeating myself. Chalk it up to old age. This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a sting that nature never gave the Manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before. George Sears surrendered his presidency in the aftermath.
Oh, that's a good one. Ah, no.
The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear Rex and next-generation nuclear warheads. But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed cover-up cost him his influence in the political community. We have intelligence that there are anti-Metal Gear terrorists planning to target the ship. Intruder to the left! Intruder in the back!
Oh my god!
Intruder to the right!
Oh my god! Oh, that was insane! I've never seen that before.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
Oh, man.
I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish never to have her or...
That was crazy. First, it's just the one guy, and then another smaller portion joins in, and then another 4 of them.
Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Unlike the Army's Rex, it can cruise deep underwater, move in undetected, and make its landing on any shoreline.
Yeah, it's a shame the animation didn't last longer with him lifting up the box. Would have been interesting to see how many people would join in.
It's on board.
Hold up. Oh no.
Identifies targets with unerring accuracy.
Hey.
It takes them out with massive firepower. It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard. I'd like you all to think about what that means. I have a daughter.
Wrong camera. Oh my god, no. That means he's gonna disappear for good. Maybe.
It's my greatest wish never
yeah,
to
he's
have
gone.
her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generations.
Hold on, we need to do this again.
Soldier, I know that is my duty.
Snake, you okay?
Nice.
Snake! Snake!
I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish never
He's
to
quick.
have her
I don't
or
think
her
he's supposed to be real here. I think he's supposed to be a ghost. He's completely still as well.
As a soldier, I know that is my duty. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Unlike the Army's Rex, it can cruise deep underwater, move in undetected, and make its landing on any shoreline. Its onboard Joint Tactical Information Distribution System identifies targets with unerring accuracy.
Okay, that'll do.
It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard. I'd like you all to think about what that means. This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a thing that nature never imagined. Within
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. The first one I'm seeing is... Yeah! Another spooky photo? I told you to stop, didn't I? I need to go get some holy water or something. The next image is... Stop it, okay? Are you trying to freak me out? The next image is... Hey, this is the Marine Commandant. Are you a fan or something? Okay, last one's coming up. The Commandant again. Look, if you like him so much, I'll print this out and make a panel out of it. Put it over your bed or something. We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Get the prototype on camera.
this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before.
I wonder if I can still get the call about the Marines. Might be too late.
Okay, we're finally there.
So, this is the new Metal Gear.
Yep, and we're gonna show the whole world its baby pictures. Get the prototype on camera. We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Once you have the photos, use the workstation in the southeast end of the area to transmit them over to me. Send me something I can use. I'll explain how to use the camera.
No, you don't need to.
Once you've got the photo...
Yeah, I think he's just obsessed with the photos when you get to this section.
Snake, take... Once you've got the...
Surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shadow Moses. The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear Rex and next-generation nuclear warheads. But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed cover-up cost him his influence in the political community.
Uh-oh.
Your necks must be stiff by now.
Ah, shit.
Time for some more stretches. Left. Up. Right. Up. Front.
Hi there, Suey.
Right. Down.
Come on, come on.
The Metal Gear Rex development on Shadow Moses was supposedly the first preparatory measure taken against the future possibility.
Where's Ocelot? You just missed him. We just took pictures of Ocelot.
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. The first image is... This is great. The Marines lettering shows up really well. The next one's... Will you please stop sending me pictures of the Commandant? And the next one is... You're a pretty good photographer. We can definitely use this left shot. Okay, last one's coming up. Okay, this works. It's a great front view. I have the photos from the left, front, and the one of the lettering. The only one we still don't have is of Metal Gear from the front right. That's the last one.
Of reduced nuclear defense capability. NMD technology.
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. The first image is... Okay, that's good. The shot from the right is in the bag. Okay, now we have all the photos. Snake, the speech is about to wind up. Forget the photos and get out of there now.
We, the Marines, will lead the charge into a new world order with Metal Gear Ray. That is all. Dismissed.
Excellent speech, my friend.
Who the?
Gift of the silver tongue. They say it's the mark of a good officer. And of a liar. Americans are too in love with the sound of their own voice to speak the truth.
Identify yourself.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver Ocelot.
What do you want?
This machine will be quite useful.
What are you planning to do? Steal this thing?
Steal? No, I'm taking it back. Nobody move. Understood? This ship now carries enough Simtex on its key structural points to blow it out of the water at the touch of this button. That's right. No one has to die needlessly. We're almost at the target. Get a move on.
What do you intend to do with Ray? Sell it on the streets?
I was raised in Snezinsk, formerly known as Chelyabinsk 70, the nuclear research outpost.
What are you talking about?
After the Cold War ended, my home was bought out by the Americans.
Is there a point to this sad story?
Not you would understand. Land, friends, dignity, all sold to the highest bidder, the United States of America. Even the technology that gave birth to these weapons is Russian, developed by us.
What do you intend to do?
Russia will rise again. And Ray is the key.
I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling Metal Gear. As I said, I came to take it back. Yes, returned to the Patriots.
The Lale Nule Lo. How's that possible?
Ocelot, have you sold us out?
I was never in your employ, Golukovich.
Are you still in league with Solidus?
No hard feelings, Colonel. Mother Russia can rot for all I care.
Since when, Ocelot? When did you turn?
I'm glad you noticed, comrade. I abandoned her during the Cold War.
Ah!
Metal Gear only has room for one! Golukovich, you and your daughter will die here.
Damn you!
Sergei, looks like you were long overdue for retirement.
Traitorous dog!
Show's over. If you wish to live, I suggest you run now. This ship is still in the lower New York harbor. You may yet make it to shore if you swim for your life.
It's been a while, brother.
Who are you?
You know who I am.
Liquid?
Not so young anymore, eh, Snake? You're drowning in time. I know what it's like, brother. No wonder Naomi passed you over for the Fox Dive program.
Ouch! Get out of my mind, Liquid!
The price of physical prodigy. Few more years and you'll be another dead clone of the old man. Our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies. But I live on through this arm!
Liquid's on.
Snake! Snake!
No problems. Proceeding as planned, sir. Yes, at the location we discussed. Yes, I have photographic evidence of Snake on the scene. The cipher was most useful. I look forward to tomorrow morning's newsflash. I would say the Marine Corps' plans are on indefinite hold. Yes, of course, Mr. President.
All right, we are going to go back out to the main menu to start a new game plant because I don't want to watch Raiden with those goofy ass fucking sunglasses. So yeah, I'm gonna go back, restart the game, and we'll do new game plant. We'll get some slightly different dialogue with new game plant as well. Stuff that you don't get to see all that often on the channel, because usually we go straight from the tanker into the plant. But if you just do a new game plant, you get some variations on the dialogue. That's funny, you never saw Snake at the end there. Yeah, it feels significant as well, the last shot of Snake, I think. Because the last thing you see is him going underneath the water. You know, he becomes submerged. And the first thing you see, the first image you see of Raiden on the plant is him emerging from the water. Snake goes down and Raiden comes back up. I always thought that was probably an intentional detail. Reminds me of the advertising of the game and that tagline, MGS2 submerges. It's kind of like the death of one character and the birth of another. And we are told that Solid Snake died, right? I guess you could look at it as the same character coming back in a way, right? Because at the start of the plant chapter, Raiden is referred to as Snake. That's what his code name is at the start of the game. And while he has that code name, he also puts on a Snake impersonation. If you listen carefully to Raiden's voice during the first couple of minutes of the plant chapter, it's like he's doing a Snake impersonation. He has a slightly deeper voice. He sounds way more confident. He sounds like he's on the same wavelength as the Colonel. And then it's right when the Colonel changes his code name from Snake to Raiden, his voice gets higher pitched and he starts to feel more on edge. You know, he starts to become the Raiden we all know. So yeah, pay attention to that little detail if you never did before. It's interesting the way his voice sounds and his personality as well. Bam bam badaloom ban chicka ban ticka bada. And then, yeah, then his identity gets taken from him and he gets presented with another one. I reckon it is probably supposed to mimic what's actually happening with the player and how this was originally presented as a twist. You know, the player believes that they are Snake, just like Raiden believes that he is Snake at the start of the plant chapter. Then that identity is taken from him and he's given something else. And of course, Raiden's experiences seem to align with the player's previous experiences of playing the games. You know, Raiden has done all of this stuff in VR training, mimicking the player, or the players who have played the previous MGS games. Let's pick Radar Type 2. Bum bum baka chicka bean chicka bum bum bedalicka bum baka diddle. Wait, what? Oh, the fucking capture card. Well, you heard me. You heard all the talk anyway, right? Don't worry, I didn't start the game or anything. But you did hear me singing along to music that wasn't there. But yeah, let's get into it, shall we? I think I said my piece. I said my piece, Chrissy. Another little detail to pay attention to is the Colonel's dialogue. When the Colonel fucks up his MGS1 dialogue. Remember at the beginning of MGS1 when you go into the dock and the Colonel is teaching you about the codec? He says, when we need to contact you, the codec will beep. The Colonel in MGS2 mimics that dialogue, except he says, when we need to reach you, the codec will beep. However, he stops himself mid-sentence. When he says reach you, he realizes he's fucked up the dialogue a little bit. So he corrects himself mid-sentence and then reverts back to contact you. It's a very strange moment. And something that you just might not really pay attention to the first time or maybe even the second time. Just like this weird little thing. But once you notice it, it's very strange. It's like, why would he feel the need to say contact you instead of reach you? Right? Both convey the same thing. You know, if he was a normal human, he would feel no need to correct himself by saying contact you. When we need to reach you, the codec will beep, and when we need to contact you, the codec will beep. The same thing. The same idea gets delivered. The same message is put across. But he's a robot, so yeah. Maybe it's an early indication that something is going wrong with the simulation, like the simulation is fucking up right before it begins, like as it begins. Or maybe there isn't really supposed to be an in-world explanation for why he's fucking it up, and it's just the hand of the author giving the players a little hint that it's an AI. But you could say there is a reason for it fucking up. You know, Snake, we're told that Snake isn't a part of the simulation, and Snake is there right from the get-go. It's Snake who allows us to gain access to the facility, even. Snake cuts a hole in the fence, and we follow him through that hole. And then later on, we follow him through another hole at the top of Strut A. So that's kind of interesting, right? If we're told that he isn't supposed to be there. So maybe it's Snake's presence that is making the AI a little bit anxious. Or maybe Snake is supposed to be there as a part of the simulation. And we're just told he isn't. Anyway, we'll talk more about these details when we get into the game. Let's go for not game over if discovered. Let's go for 2002 tags. Lots of cool little things at the start of the plant here, little details like that. And loads more of them when we actually get into the game itself. I always just think those two are worth mentioning beforehand. Just so you can pick up on them as they happen for any new people that haven't seen this before.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare. It didn't take long for the government to put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside.
The big shell. I hear the cleanup isn't quite over yet.
It takes time. But in the meantime, the shell's become a landmark, a symbol of environmental protection.
Calling teams Alpha and Bravo. Deploy at the big shell as scheduled.
Approximately 6 hours ago, the big shell was seized by an armed group.
Do we have an ID?
Former members of the Navy SEAL Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell. Russian private army members may also be involved. It's a highly trained group, and they have the big shell under complete control.
Come in from downwind and pull up fast. Get ready to fast rope down to Shell 1. 5 minutes to ETA. Alpha, your top priority is to rescue and safeguard the President. Team Bravo, watch out for Stillman's back and get those C4s disarmed.
What are their demands?
$30 billion.
$30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on of the big shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
A VIP from one of the major conservation groups, and one from our own government. The most important person in a sense.
The most important person?
James Johnson.
The president?
Unless the demands are met, the terrorists intend to blow the big shell out of the water.
And the crude will ignite, turning the Manhattan Harbor into an inferno.
That's not the worst-case scenario. If the chlorides being used to decontaminate the seawater go up with the oil, toxins containing catastrophic levels of dioxins will be released. In other words, the bay's ecosystem will be wiped out, and the sea will turn into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the worst environmental disaster in history. You have 2 mission objectives. 1, infiltrate the offshore decontamination facility Big Shell and safeguard the president and other hostages. And 2, disarm the terrorists by any means necessary. You should know that SEAL Team 10 is also conducting a rescue operation.
Is this a joint effort?
No. Foxhound remains a covert body. Don't alert them to your presence. That is an order.
This is Snake. I'm now inside Strut A of Shell 1.
How are things?
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights on the plant struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
What about SEAL Team 10?
They landed on the roof of the Big Shell as planned. And by the way, Snake, we're changing your code name for all following communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden. This will be your first sneaking mission. The arms will naturally have to be procured on site. Make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
All right. I'll contact you if anything changes.
First, make your way to the upper section of the big shell.
How do I get up to the next level?
There's an elevator at the far end of that area. Use that.
Sounds good.
Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research. The texture isn't far removed from rubber, but the material protects against a wide range of toxic substances. The suit itself has a wide array of built-in sensors. It is referred to as smart skin in military R&D. Data about damage to different regions of the body, including blood loss, is exchanged between the suit and the intravenous nanomachines to create a feedback system.
There's a lot of pressure on my torso.
Relax. The suit applies varying pressure to major internal organs to maximize performance and safeguard their functions. They call this the skull suit in Foxhound.
Skull suit seems appropriate somehow.
The hatch with a circular handle will open into the elevator area. Locate the hatch first.
Copy that. Moving on to main mission objectives.
All right. Yeah, the voice change actually feels way more subtle when you choose new game. Because when he changes his code name from Snake to Raiden here, the Colonel just keeps on talking afterwards for like another minute. And then by the next time you hear Raiden, you know, it just, you've kind of forgotten what he sounds like, in a way. Whereas if you've done the tanker already, as soon as he changes his code name from Snake to Raiden, you get that line from Raiden. I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary. And it's more obvious. It's still very easy to miss both times with both versions, but I feel like it feels a bit more subtle here, or even easier to miss the differences in his tone. But yeah, he sounds significantly deeper and more gravelly when he has the Snake voice, or when he has the Snake code name. It happens in Japanese as well, yeah. In Japanese, though, Raiden is... he has a much deeper voice, generally speaking. But, yeah, the Japanese VA also does a Snake impression while he has the codename Snake. It's written as a note in the script for the game as well. If you read the script, they mention it. So there are more interesting little touches here at the start of the plant if we stop and look around. One thing that I never really thought about until recently is how strange it is that Raiden drops his thermal goggles in the water here. You know, he starts the game with the goggles, and when during that previous call, the Colonel asks him how are things, and Raiden comments on how there are no sentries. The Colonel responds, "How's the visibility?" He says that the strut's lights are all functioning. I won't need the IR goggles. So Raiden sees that the lights are all turned on here, and then he decides to drop his thermal goggles because he thinks he won't need them. However, the player can just go back into the water and then grab the goggles that he already started the game with. It's just a strange detail. You know, no other MGS protagonist starts with an item that they then drop immediately, that the player can then go back and get as an optional thing. It's just kind of a strange little thing. Why? Why do they do that? Why do they have Raiden drop his goggles at the start and have this little thing about him noticing the lights that are turned on, and you know, then he feels like, oh no, I don't need them. I can drop the goggles. Everything's okay. Is it supposed to highlight how much of a rookie he is? I'm not sure. But yeah, if we go down here...
Got your feet wet? These are the basic controls for swimming.
When you're on the surface, you can swim in corresponding directions using the up, down, left, and right movement of the left stick.
Push the punch button to dive down from the surface.
Bad Humans, that's a really good idea. That's a good theory. Except, he has this mask. Right? Doesn't this mask serve to stand in for the mask that Snake is wearing? Right? And Snake takes his mask off on the elevator, and Raiden takes this one on the elevator, takes this one off on the elevator to mimic that. So I feel like we already have a stand-in for the goggles that Snake wears, right, with this thing. The Colonel's dialogue there is just re-recorded dialogue, by the way. That is not supposed to be a little hint regarding the Colonel, or it's not supposed to tie in with the Colonel's character, but it works. It's a happy accident. That's re-recorded dialogue for the HD collection. I think to avoid the Colonel speaking, mentioning the PS2 official controller, which I guess he did in the original. And yeah, maybe legal reasons to do with that, and perhaps the game being multi-plat and them wanting every version of the game to have the same, to mention the same controls, which would all make sense for every version. Yeah, you'll get that voice for a lot of different tutorial calls. You'll only ever hear that voice when the Colonel is supposed to mention your controls. Do you think the same thing will happen in Delta? Probably. I think they've already said that certain things have had to be re-recorded. It's specifically the phrase analog stick that they have to change. But instead of just splicing out analog, they re-recorded the whole thing. Was that it? Right, okay. Right, because analog stick was like a trademarked name that they had to change. Does Sony own the term analog stick? Or something? Why was it analog stick? Yeah, I remember people saying that before, and I just forgot. And thumbstick was Xbox's term. Right, it's a trademark for how they refer to the DualShock sticks.
Stroke the water and move forward by pushing the punch button. Push it in rapid succession to swim faster.
Change your heading with the left stick. Up will take you up, down takes you lower. Left and right to face those directions.
The O2 gauge will appear under your life gauge while you're underwater. The gauge corresponds to the amount of air you can hold from a single deep breath. Once the O2 gauge falls to 0, the life gauge will start to drop. You need to be aware of that.
Oh my god, another call.
Raiden, you should be used to the controls by now. Proceed with your mission. The clock is ticking. Get on the elevator on the far side of this area and get to the upper section of the big shell.
This is another just little thing, which I think is interesting. Maybe it's not supposed to be anything significant, but I just thought it was interesting that the Colonel quickly calls you to tell you to hurry up. Just in comparison to how you're treated at the start of the tanker. You know, Otacon never calls you to tell you to hurry up like that. So I just think it's kind of a nice contrast between the, you know, the power you feel you have as Raiden versus the power you feel you have as Snake. You know, when you're playing as Snake, it's you and your homie taking on the world. When you're playing as Raiden, you're just under the thumb of you're superior. To me, it just seems to highlight that fact, you know, that you are really playing as much more of a pawn here. And there's our thermals. That's where Raiden left his thermals. We call the Colonel here, we can get some interesting info.
Raiden first. You're currently using artificial blood primed with nanomachines.
What did you do with my own blood?
It's being kept in cold storage. It will be circulated back into your body when you return. If the life gauge drops to the red zone, you won't be able to stop the bleeding by yourself. Bloodstains can give your presence away to the enemy. Be careful. To stop the flow, select a bandage from among your items. You can also go into a crouch or crawl and stay completely still for a while. All you have to do is stop moving for a duration of time, and your nanomachines will arrange for platelets to be produced in large numbers. The bleeding will stop as a result.
Okay, another unnerving, slightly concerning detail here. Raiden is just now finding out that his blood has been taken from him and has been replaced with artificial blood. What did you do with my own blood? Originally in MGS2 as well, he was going to have white blood, just like he does in MGS4, but apparently they couldn't get it to look very good, so they just stuck with normal looking blood. But yeah, it's still supposed to be artificial. It was going to be a little throwback to Police Knots as well. The Frozeners. In Police Knots, who were also like these artificial beings who had artificial white blood. It's supposed to be a little Police Knots reference. So yeah, Raiden better do what he says if he wants to get his blood back. You better stay in line. Over here we can get a shaver for Snake. Electric razor, smooth and quick shaving performance. Nothing is left behind. So yeah, this is a funny little thing in this game. Raiden can't use it. Raiden is pretty bare. But we can give this to Snake. And if we give it to him at the end of the game, he'll appear clean shaven. We can get some information on this suit here if we lean up against it.
Colonel, there's a gym suit.
Looks like a high barometric pressure diving suit. By maintaining barometric pressure within the suit, it should allow its wearer to carry out work at sea depths of as much as 300 meters. But it doesn't look even remotely usable. It's a very old model.
Yeah, and it's rusted all over. Doesn't even look like it's been used.
Raiden, that diving suit doesn't look like it works. Forget about it and return to your duties.
Okay. I think it is there on every difficulty. I thought, anyway. Or it's there only on a specific difficulty on PS2. Really? I forget so much about the other difficulties. If we go over here as well, look at this submarine, we can get some information about this as well.
Raiden, over there is the submarine for deep sea dives. It is apparently used in repairing submerged areas of the Big Shell and for studying deep sea ecosystems and changes in water quality. It can dive to depths of around 500 meters at a maximum speed of roughly 3 knots. In addition to its normal water-resistant lighting, it is also outfitted with lighting resistant to muddy water. I doubt that you'll get it to work, though. That submarine is not operational. It doesn't pose any threat. Forget about it and return to your duties.
Your duties. Hold on, bad humans. What are you saying here? Initially, Kojima wanted you to retrieve the shaver as a special item you had to shake down Emma for. I don't remember hearing about this. Raiden's pits would have been clean shaven after use. Well, so we were going to see Raiden's hairy armpits at one point? That's interesting with Olga in mind. Was Raiden going to mirror her in some way? But yeah, here, the gym suits, the submarine, kind of described in the same way, right? The submarine? Like a prop, it's not even been used. The gym suits that have been rusted all over. It is not operational. It does not pose any threat. What about the bugs? Are the bugs real?
Look at all these bugs. The seawater is polluted with crude oil, and yet they can still survive.
It's an altered bug that can resolve crude oil.
Altered?
Yes, through genetic engineering. It was created in the lab to combat frequent oil spills. It doesn't exist naturally. The bug is genetically altered with DNA from a bacteria called Pseudomonas, which can decompose crude oil. It has an enzyme in its body that can break up oil, and was modified so it instinctively consumes any crude oil that it absorbs. One of the reasons the Big Shell has little oil pollution is because of this bug. It also helps in reducing costs and the number of spill maintenance workers. It's a form of bioremediation. It's for the most part innocuous, so no need to be worried. Those bugs have ravenous appetites. Be careful that they don't end up eating your rations. Shake your equipment to protect the items from sea lice.
So the bugs are taking jobs from people here. Who needs maintenance workers when you have these guys? So yeah, even the bugs are genetically altered, do not exist naturally. We have the gym suits, the submarine, Raiden and his artificial blood and his artificial snake persona. The bugs, everything. Highlighting how artificial and how unreal the place is. I think Raiden's skull suit is interesting as well. Given, you know, Raiden's character is all about his search for identity and his lack of identity. And that's usually what skulls symbolize in the series. You know, someone who has lost an identity or just the idea of, like, something existing without a specific identity. It's what the MSF skull is supposed to symbolize. Skull face. I would imagine that's also what it's supposed to mean here as well. Something without a real form. It's not always supposed to be like a positive symbol. You know, it's not always used as a negative symbol. Miller and Snake look at it in a positive way, you know, that they take in anyone from any background. We're all skulls underneath, regardless of your race, your ethnicity. Everyone is a skull. But here, I don't think it's supposed to be a positive symbol. I remember Jankal saying as well in Japanese, when the Colonel mentions the skull suit, that it comes across in a much more ominous way. It's like a bad omen. Like a symbol of death in a way, Raiden just inhabiting this skeleton. This vessel. And the script, I remember them talking about the eyes as well. That it's supposed to look like an alien. Again, highlighting Raiden as this newcomer to the series, this alien to Metal Gear. Same with the white hair as well, like a blank slate. Pure, without identity, again. Are there any other calls that I want to do? There's these weird details as well. Metal Gear 2 looks kind of like Guns of Patriots, but I think it's supposed to be Sons of Patriots. And up here you can see this text written all across here. Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Patriots. This is something that was added to the HD collection. And originally we thought, you know, maybe this was added by Blue Point for some unknown reason. But Bad Humans seems to think that it was most likely Kojima Productions who added this. Because Kojima Productions did apparently work on the HD collection as well. And especially when it came to some of the new little visual elements in the environments like this. So yeah, it's just a weird thing.
The punch is the basis of hand-to-hand combat. Push the punch button. Hit it repeatedly to do a combo and take out the enemy. Unlike in VR training, you can fight in first-person view also. Use that to your advantage.
The big shell and the tanker are both man-made. MGS2 has no natural environments for Raiden or Snake to explore, different from other MGS games. Yeah, you know, I never actually thought about that. Or, you know, I thought about it in relation to the plant, but yeah, you could say that about the tanker as well.
Raiden, that door is watertight. Turn the handle to open the door. Face the door and press down on the action button and the handle will turn. Punch the action button repeatedly if you need to turn it faster. Move in close to the enemy.
That's right.
One specific call I'm looking for here.
Move in behind the enemy and push the...
Yeah.
Raiden, push the R2 or L2 button while in first-person view to strafe right and left respectively. You can use the strafe to quick... Once you see the codec... Raiden, when you're...
Okay, next one. This is it.
Flatten yourself against the wall and push the punch button to knock and create a diversion. You can trick the enemy into coming over to investigate. Deception should be one of your strong points. Or is that only if the other party is a beautiful woman?
So this is another crazy little detail that mirrors something from MGS1. At the beginning of MGS1, you can call the Colonel repeatedly like this. And just like this, the Colonel gives you a load of different tutorial calls. Eventually, you will get to the call where the Colonel tells you about distracting the enemy and leaning up against corners, and just like this. And at the end of that call in MGS1, Naomi cuts in, and she says, "You're good at tricking people, aren't you, Snake?" And Snake replies, "Only a beautiful woman such as yourself." And here, the Colonel mirrors that last bit of dialogue at the end there, when he says deception should be one of your strong points. That's supposed to mirror Naomi saying, "You're good at tricking people, aren't you, Snake?" And then he says, "Or is that only if the other party is a beautiful woman?" Which mirrors Snake's reply, "Only a beautiful woman such as yourself." Just a crazy little thing, like just a random tutorial call from MGS1. It's really easy to miss. But yeah, is it the Colonel just taking MGS1 data and reapplying it where there's no real context for it? Or is it supposed to maybe allude to something in Rose and Raiden's relationship at the same time? Because it really makes me think of Raiden hiding his real history from Rose. And I guess you could look at that as a form of deception, you know, deceiving Rose into thinking that he's somebody else. You know, he doesn't reveal anything about his past to Rose.
Colonel, I've sighted an enemy sentry. AN-94 and a Makarov. Those grenades, all his equipment, is Russian-made.
Must be a Gerlukovich man.
Gerlukovich?
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover group 4 years ago.
What's their stake in this one?
They must have made a deal, an arrangement with the terrorists. They become a band of mercenaries, an army without a country.
Well, yes, one of the most fun things about MGS2, just picking it apart and looking at all these little MGS1 twists and things that they've taken and twisted from the previous game.
Colonel, there's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
Not a team. Looks like a solo job.
One man.
We may not know who he is, but he managed to take care of every sentry in the area. They're all out cold. Whoever he is, he's got some skills.
We need to get an ID. But for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a terminal in front of the elevator. A node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd. Node.
Oh.
Use the node to gain access to the Big Shell's facilities network.
Then what?
Pull up the map of the structure. That'll let you activate the Soliton radar.
The Soliton radar?
A radar system. Uses biological magnetic fields as input. These estimated enemy positions are projected onto a map according to reference points collected via GPS signals and field personnel reports. We need to get to the map through the Big Shell's node to put this data processing to practical use. The node unit is about 3 feet high. Should be colored blue. Each area has at least one.
How do I gain access?
Just push the action button in front of the node. The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node. Complete the procedure before those sentries gain consciousness. If they spot you, you won't be able to gain access for a while. Stay on guard.
Got it.
Okay. So when you see this scene in here, you might remember the starting area of MGS1 again, the dock, seeing the elevator, the forklift, but there are other things that might not be so obvious, or things that you don't consciously take note of. Snake seeing someone else go up an elevator before you do. You know, at the start of MGS1, you see Liquid go up the elevator, and then a few moments later, you make it to the elevator yourself. It's the villain of the game who is ascending the elevator. And later on, we're told that it is Solid Snake in this game, apparently, who is the terrorist kingpin. So Yeah, it really feels like it's Snake mirroring Liquid here, in some sense. But you also see Snake fill the role of Grey Fox here as well. There's another intruder besides me. They say he's using stealth. He's already taken out 3 people. Snake here has taken out 3 people. And he is the other intruder. We're constantly told that he's not supposed to be here. He's this wild card and not an intended part of the simulation. And what's interesting about that is that Grey Fox was also someone that nobody expected to be a part of the Shadow Moses incident. This is something that's really highlighted in the darkness of Shadow Moses as well. Because you actually get to see all the higher-ups behind the scenes wondering what the fuck is going on when Grey Fox appears. Ames and all his DIA guys. So that's interesting, right? When you start to think of this game as this sort of simulated recreation of Shadow Moses and how we're told that Snake isn't an intended part of it and how he shouldn't be here. Couldn't it possibly make sense that we're just told that so it mirrors Grey Fox from the first game? And how he wasn't supposed to be there? Maybe Snake not being an intended part of the simulation is actually him being an intended part of the simulation and filling the Grey Fox role. How's that for a 7D chess tinfoil hat theory? Anyway, whatever the intention was with that, it's interesting. If we do a call here.
Colonel, I remember this place.
Of course you do. This is level 1 from the VR missions.
You're right. I see it now.
You may not have field experience, but you've been trained in the hyper-reality of simulated combat. Don't give in to fear. Just do as you were trained and everything will be all right.
So now we are told that this place is level 1 from the VR missions. Raiden doesn't find this to be too concerning. He actually seems to be encouraged by the fact that this place is level 1 from the VR missions. But if you look at the place, on first glance, it might not really look too much like level 1 from the VR missions. Because it isn't really, exactly. But it's kind of like a mesh of the dock from MGS1 and level 1 from the VR missions. And I guess its own thing as well, that isn't really like either of them. But the parts that resemble level 1 from the VR missions is the beginning here. For those of you that can remember level 1 from the VR missions, you start at the bottom left of the screen like this. You have an obstruction right in front of you like this. You have a gap here. This is the part that really feels VR missions, MGS VR missions. And to complete level 1 of the VR missions, you start here, you go up, and then you go right to the end, to the top right corner, where you get to the goal. And here, the goal is the node. That's how we get to the next point. And the Colonel specified that the node is colored blue. Just like the goal in VR missions, which is also colored blue. Maybe that's supposed to be another deliberate similarity. I would say it probably is. So yeah, while the whole layout doesn't really resemble level 1 from the VR missions, there are parts of it here that I think really are supposed to resemble that level. Another cool detail about this place as well is all of this stuff that's packed up in the center of the room. On this big pallet here. All of this stuff is stuff that will be here later on when we come back for the fortune fight. Except it's all going to be rearranged. These are all the crates that we hide behind for the fortune fight.
Right, you won't be able to use any of the enemy's equipment.
Why not?
You should know that all active weapons are equipped with a personal identification system.
The owner enters their required user ID information during the weapon registration or at the start of a mission. If anyone other than the registered user tries to fire the weapon, the ID system will not authorize the action.
But these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality?
They must have been customized by the terrorists themselves. These are professionals we're dealing with, and they certainly won't let their own equipment be used against them.
I'm guessing it's the same for the Navy SEALs gear?
Right.
How am I supposed to procure weapons then?
Find the ones that haven't yet been individualized. Everything you find in the item box is clean. You should know this from your VR training.
Okay, I know those.
Items in the item box are yours to use at will. They will be your supply source with regards to weaponry and gear.
Okay, so considering the Colonel lies about almost everything, you have to be a little bit suspicious of him here when he's talking about the guns. Is this just another lie? Is Raiden, is Raiden on point there when he starts to question it? Like, these are black market Russian weapons. How could they be equipped with identification functionality? Maybe he's right. And again, maybe the Colonel is just telling him that he has to pick up these other weapons because it's, this is how it has to go. It has to go according to the simulation. It has to resemble the previous game. To me, it kind of feels like Raiden is trying to use real-life logic, and the Colonel is telling him, no, you have to play the game. Maybe they are supposed to be ID locked, but I think there's also a reason to suspect that they're not. The scene later with Snake shooting the SEAL's gun, and then Raiden shooting it. There's a scene later in Strut F again where they really make the placement of guns seem suspicious, and Raiden's retrievement of the guns suspicious. But yeah, just something to think about anyway. But yeah, back to the crates. To me, it almost feels like the area is under construction or something, because everything laid out on the pallet here, and then later on for the fortune fight, you'll see all of this stuff laid out. I always just thought that was a cool little thing, seeing all this stuff rearranged later. All the same stuff, all the barrels. Because you know how Fortune can go crazy shooting those barrels, blowing you up. Here we have the forklift. Yeah, later on when Raiden questions the weapons, the Colonel calls him out. Now there's no time for armchair theories, Raiden. That's another strange scene as well, isn't it? Just how painful that looked. What was up with that? To me, it always gave the impression of, like, it's a virtual person interacting with the real world or something. It's like he's, then it just goes straight into this interface where our real selves imprint our name onto Raiden. When you think at the end of the game, how, whatever name we put in here, that goes on to Raiden's model. That gets imprinted onto Raiden's dog tags. It becomes his identity. Our identity becomes his identity. And then at the end of the game, it's a big scene for Raiden when he throws away the tags. It's like his defining character moment. Him throwing away the player's control and becoming his own man, after admitting to his past at the end of Arsenal Gear, revealing that he is more than just a VR trained soldier, that he is more than just a copy of what the player has experienced. You know, that final moment where he discards the player's identity. It's his big defining scene. So maybe that's supposed to tie into that scene that we just watched as well, where it's like, you know, there's something wrong here. Let's see, what am I going to call myself in this playthrough? Mother Teresa? Vince McMahon? Vince McMahon. No, not Vince McMahon, actually. Vincent Kennedy McMahon? I don't think we'd have enough space. Dr. Disrespect? Drake? I'm seeing a theme here. Hulk Hogan? Turd sandwich. What did we put on the? Oh, last time it was Chester the Mole. I kind of want to put Chester the Mole on the tags again. We do Chester the Mole again. Chester the Mole is really good. Hold on, Chester the Mole. San Marino. If you put in today's date, you get a happy birthday message. Originally, you were able to put in the year, but for some reason in the HD collection, you just can't. The original versions, you could. Not sure what the deal is with that. You can put in some developer names as well, and you'll get their birthdays. They'll come up. You put in Kojima, Shinkawa. I think a lot of them are missing from the HD collection. Let me just see here. Am I up to date on thanking everyone? N Solid with the 41. Emma. Rune with the 18. Maga Cat X with the 2 bits. Ryan Mallow with the 5 bits. Dara with the 2. Big Softy with the 2 gifted subs earlier. Cheers, everyone. Oh, wait, so it is just a couple that are missing. Right, I remember you saying this last time, Bad Humans, but then I thought I saw you post another message saying something different. That it did only have a couple. Maybe it was with regards to some other, like the other dog tag Easter egg. Or, you know, with the names that appear, you know, that you can highlight in the game. It's due to a save file sharing and not being able to adhere to the required standards for identity protection. Okay, interesting, Dr. Gray. Yeah, you could originally you could put your blood type as well, right? Maybe I saw you talking about the Master Collection. Right.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now?
Let me explain about your Soliton radar system. The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision. Your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it. It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful. The Big Shell's layout map should now be available after touching the Start button.
How do I save the mission data?
I've set aside a proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to work on the data too.
Jack, is everything all right?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And according to the files, she knows you better than anybody else.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry. She has our technical staff at her disposal.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
I have my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier.
Colonel, I fail to see...
I know your VR training performance in and out, but sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
I was trained to fight. My personal feelings have no place in a mission.
We've learned that it doesn't work that way. And on the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not.
Rose.
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team. After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack. But that means, Colonel, that I am not required to follow your orders outside of my immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field personnel for me to track. His safety comes first to me, not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances, you're free to do what you see fit.
Hey, I prefer this to being kept in the dark waiting.
I'd like to make a request, if I may.
Of course.
His handle is Raiden. For the duration of the mission, could you call him that?
Yes, sir. All right, Raiden. Let me know when you're ready to turn in a save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96. I just switched frequencies.
Love the sound
Jack,
here.
What?
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh well. I'll keep trying till I hear the answer. I'm gonna let you go now, Jack. Take care.
Okay, now we're gonna quickly run down here to this guy to get ready for him when he wakes up.
Raiden, the enemy sentry is regaining consciousness.
Be careful, Jack.
Find somewhere to hide until the elevator arrives. You must stay out of sight.
I'm under enemy fire. Secure the perimeter. Stay on the lookout.
I meant to drag him over here first. Yeah, we just give him a quick spank. Oh God. Forgot how quickly they wake up. I started the game on European Extreme by mistake. I was thinking, that's Euro Extreme. If ever I saw it, waking up as soon as you put them to sleep. I think. Yeah, yeah. Bam, bam. Wait, actually, no, I think maybe I am still on regular Extreme.
Enemy sighted. Requesting backup unit.
No. No.
I'm under attack.
I'm under attack!
You better not be asleep. Don't pick him up. I just remembered I didn't show the thing with the bugs and the rations. That's why I sloppily killed those guys there, because I want to go back here. What happened to the bugs? Do the bugs disappear after that scene? Are the bugs bugged? Is it like this in the PS2 version? I guess I never came back here to check on the bugs after that. Anyway, it's okay. We'll be able to do it later in the playthrough. Baka baka. Let's shake them down. These guys might not drop anything anyway. I can't remember. Ah, okay. I think that determines that we're on Extreme. On Euro Extreme, I don't think enemies drop anything. And I think I had to walk up a little bit further than usual to let him see me.
The terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses? So that's why you changed my code name.
Right, but he can't be the Solid Snake. He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
Colonel, I'm on the roof. There are no sentries, but it would only take one to spot me in this light.
You never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the President?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
The big shell is comprised of shells 1 and 2. Each unit consists of a central core and 6 struts surrounding it.
So the whole thing is shaped like 2 hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of strut A, shell 1 at the moment. First, get to a node. Log into the network.
Got it.
Okay. I love that scene of Raiden coming up on the elevator. Just how surreal it is. The sound. The way the light looks. I guess just the design of the elevator as well. The size of it. But it would only take one to spot me in this light. You've never had daylight VR training, after all. An interesting thing to highlight, right? When you think of MGS1, you come up the elevator and it's pitch black at night. And the whole game takes place at night. I guess until the final cutscene of the game.
According to the SEAL Team 10's communications, the President was sighted on Strut B. Raiden, head for Strut B. It's to the northwest of Strut A, your current location. Cross the connecting bridge between Strut A and B. You can get to the connecting bridge from the first floor. Get down from the roof to the first floor. The node is on the first floor of Strut A. Don't forget to log in. Understood?
Jesus, what a robot. Anything else, Colonel?
I see a lot of birds over there. The tanker accident 2 years ago released crude oil containing massive quantities of endocrine disruptors. The fish that absorbed them were then eaten by seagulls, which further concentrated the endocrine disruptors in their bodies. What sort of outcome this will lead to is still currently under review and is yet unclear. It just goes to show that finishing the cleanup of ocean oil spills does not mean that environmental restoration efforts end there as well.
And here, we have another hole in the fence. Just like the opening scene. We follow Snake through the hole that he cuts open in the fence. Is Snake responsible for this as well? Do we need to follow him through again? What about the doors? Can we just go through the front doors? Yeah, I guess that's why Snake had to cut the hole open. He couldn't get through here either. So once again, we're being led by Snake. We're following his lead.
Raiden, look at that wire fence. You may be able to crawl through it. Crouch down using the crawl button. Then push the left stick in the direction you want to move. Push the crawl button again to stand up. You can use weapons even while crawling. This is different from VR training, so you keep that in mind.
And if we look down at it again and call the Colonel again, we get some more info.
Colonel, don't you think it's strange that the fence is missing this spot right here?
Yes, I do.
You don't think that he got away?
It's possible. Be on the alert.
Roger that.
Bad humans. The previous analyst was in an accident. Might be a cute meta way of saying that they threw away the Max character in development in favor for Rose. You think so, rather than talking about Mei Ling? But yeah, here again they allude to Snake. What's funny is, as soon as we go inside, they come up to open these doors. As soon as you go in, a guy comes up. Just kind of feels like they're toying around with this idea. Ah, what a lovely day. Come on. You can do better. This is how Campbell's gonna sound in Delta? Campbell isn't in MGS3 though. They did record some of Zero's dialogue for this HD collection as well. But it's less noticeable. Come on, you missed a spot. One more. Come on, down at the bottom right. I lost my chat. Hold on, hold on. So apparently they went to great effort back in the day creating this bird shit. Kojima was talking about it on Twitter a while back, reminiscing about the good old days when they couldn't just use the internet for everything. He spoke of them getting, scraping off real bird shit and taking it into the office. Bad Humans will remember the exact developer that took bird shit off their car to recreate it. And that's why this looks so detailed and so real. Because they really went the extra mile to recreate this. They went full skullface, scraping shit off their cars and bringing it into the office, putting it up on Kojima's desk. There you go, boss. Another paycheck earned. Unfortunately, though, we don't get to see it on the model. When we go back and we look at Raiden's model, there's no shit, so a little bit disappointing. Yeah, really setting Raiden up as the anti-Snake here. The anti-power fantasy. Would they really shit on Snake right at the beginning of the game? Dramatically coming up the elevator, taking off his mask. The cool action hero. When we come up and have our action hero moment, one of the first things that can happen is that you get shit on. And of course, you can also slip on this bird shit. Snake technically can also slip on bird shit, but it's in Snake Tales, so, you know.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line of communication with the SEALs?
They don't know a thing about us. You know we work in the dark, and this mission is no exception. Only a few people know about your presence here. There's no need for concern. This operation is under Pentagon's direct command, and the NSDD came from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. Your mission may be top secret, but it's gone through the usual channels.
Love this theme. Has a real Bond feeling to it.
I'll go check the roof. I'll leave the first floor to you, okay?
Understood.
Yeah, jazzy New York Bond.
Colonel, I've located the node, but it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get in any closer.
Distract them. Try making some noise to draw their attention away.
How?
Flatten yourself against a wall and hit the punch button.
Got it.
How?
Got one, I see. Don't leave him lying around. Hide the body as soon as possible. When his comrades come back from the roof, you don't want him being found. If they do find him, they'll be on the alert and things can get difficult. When you take a hostile down, hide the body where a patrol is unlikely to come around. You can drag an enemy personnel's body. This is how to do it. First, walk up to the body, and with all weapons deselected, press the weapon button to pick it up. As long as you have the weapon button held down, you can move around with the body in your grasp. Release the weapon button to let go of the body.
Love all the sax in MGS2. Okay, let's drag him. Ba-da-la-ba-doo-doo. Bam, 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 bam. Has such a nice look to it. Strut A. Just love the sheen. So sterile, so sleek. The music just fits with it so well as well. Ultra modern, futuristic, high tech. Not a speck of dust in this place. On the monitors here, you can see the pump room in there. We can't get in there just yet. We need a card. Bam, bam, bam. Kind of mirrors Shadow Moses' architecture a little bit, like the walls. These panels here feel very Shadow Moses. But Shadow Moses feels more real, less alien. You know, where you have parts of the building that are really run down. Dilapidated sections, the armory, where the rock from outside is caving into it. Bam, 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 bam.
Logging into a node will permit you to use the radar and the overview map of the area. You will also be able to access other functions such as option changes. Customize the settings according to your needs.
Colonel, do you think the terrorist ringleader is really Solid Snake?
Yes, I do.
But during the Shadow Moses incident, Snake was
a hero?
Yeah.
Certainly. You went through VR training, but it is not as if the simulation is faithful to every fact. It changes people.
You too, Colonel?
Raiden, focus on the task at hand. Solid Snake is the terrorist kingpin. He is an opponent you can't underestimate. Understood?
Yeah, Dr. Gray. And it just feels like a place that has been... It just feels more human, you know? Like a place that has been used extensively over the years. organized by real people. And this place, it just feels inhuman, alien. As if it was built by an AI almost. The unnatural structures, the weird hexagonal design of it all.
If you find an...
There's one call I want here specifically.
Jack, I did a search on the Big Shell. The tanker accident 2 years ago spilled a catastrophic amount of crude oil into the bay. The Big Shell is an offshore decontamination facility built to restore the Manhattan Bay environment by trapping and disposing the spilt oil. Around the perimeter of the Big Shell, oil fences were erected in order to protect against any further dispersal of the oil. You see those steeples erected here and there in the fence? Those are piles to draw up the polluted seawater. Gathered seawater is carried to the pump room in Strut A first, and all of the larger garbage is collected in sediment pool number 1 of Strut D. This is followed by a 2-step purification process in the Shell 2 core water reserve, in which oil is removed by microbes. Then it is sent to Strut L and sterilized, and finally once again carried to the surface piles and flushed back into the bay.
Did the military database include information on the marine filtration facility structure as well?
No, I didn't use the database.
Huh?
I used a brochure.
Drops the mic. So that's another weird detail. Alright, what's up with that? I guess it's to... I've always thought it's because she can't tell us... She can't give us the database's information because that would maybe tell us what this place is really for. You know, we're sold the same lies as the public. Is that what they're kind of getting at there? Maybe? Raiden wants the official info off the database. Rose gives him info from the brochure. You'd think maybe that's what they're getting at. It's interesting, of course, you know, because so much of the game is about information control.
Raiden, radar utilization...
You son of a bitch! Tell me about the node. Did I get it? I just wasn't paying attention. Tell me about the node.
According to the SEAL Team 10's
Oh my God.
communications, the president was sighted on Strut B.
Tell me about the node.
Nodes are the terminals of the Operation Support Computer Network for the Big Shell. Of course, only Big Shell staff can gain access, with their job description determining their system authority and access. I installed a program in your nanomachines that automatically enters the passcode for unrestricted access. Press the action button in front of the node to activate it. Use the node by pressing the action button in front of the terminal.
There we go. There we go. Yeah. Kind of seems a little bit out of character for the real-life Roy Campbell, I think. This doesn't really sound like MGS1 Roy. Installing programs in people's nanomachines and stuff. It just seems a little bit odd. But maybe it's a simple process installing those nanomachines. Who knows? Maybe anyone can do it. Let's log in. So we are supposed to go to Strut B, but we're going to take a little detour. Go to Strut F. Aim to misbehave with the 82 and the 82 in a row. Installing the nanomachines is easy. All the Colonel would need is some medium base. Well, medium base solves everything, so of course.
Raiden, watch your back. That's a cipher, a type of UAV. If it spots you, it will alert enemy personnel. Exercise extreme caution. But you can use chaff to set up an interference field. That'll knock its sensors offline for a while. Try to locate some chaff. You can also destroy the engine or the camera. Some of the UAVs may be armed. Be careful.
Copy that.
Wait a second. I just intercepted new intelligence on the operation being executed by SEAL Team 10.
Intercepted?
As I said before, they need to be kept in the dark about our presence.
So we just listen in.
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero. We have the President. Is he safe? He is safe. What about the package? Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package. Easy money. Good work. Your retrieval is on the way. Come on home. Roger that. Holy! Alpha Zero, report. Damn it, cover the President! Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack. This is crazy. Is that... Alpha Zero, respond. All Alpha, respond.
Raiden, the President's life is in danger. Head to Strut B now.
No, I'm still gonna go to Strut F, but I'll get there afterwards. Ooh. Always loved how the fog looks here. Oh yeah, another thing that I meant to talk about earlier with regards to the daylight VR training. You know, when we ride up the elevator and it's the first thing they mention. How we haven't been trained for daylight. It's interesting because at the start of the game, the opening scene, it's not quite daylight.
Nothing here.
Right, it's kind of like twilight. The sun is about to come up. It's almost early morning, but it's still dark. And while it is still dark, Raiden is kept undercover with his mask. But when Raiden reveals himself to us fully and takes off the mask, it aligns with the sun coming up, like everything has been exposed at last. Right, at the start of the game, he still puts on this snake persona, has the mask, and then slowly all that stuff gets stripped from him. He's given the player's persona and the player's identity, and then you get the full reveal. This is something they talk about in the script for the game. It's never something I really took note of until I read it in the script. And I thought, oh, that's a pretty cool idea. And they do something later on as well in the game with regards to like creating, using the time of day as symbolism. When Emma dies, it aligns with the setting of the sun. Maybe a more obvious one, right? But I always thought that was really cool what they did with Raiden. You know, when the plant chapter begins, everything is still dark, kept under the surface. But yeah, when his face is finally revealed and he's unmasked, it aligns with the rising sun. Bum, bum. Here we get our M9. Let's call the Colonel.
Raiden, didn't you hear what the SEAL said? The President is in trouble. Head for Strut B. Strut B is to the north.
Not a chance.
Raiden, I see you found a weapon.
Why are there weapons here of all places? The big shell is supposed to be just a facility for marine filtration, right?
The terrorists probably brought it in with them.
Dunno. Looks like it's been here from before them.
What are you saying?
Raiden, there is no time for armchair theories. Concentrate on the task at hand.
Roger that.
So once again, these weapons being somewhat suspicious. I love Raiden there. Roger that. He really does stop questioning it immediately. Why are there weapons here of all places? And once again, the reasoning is, oh no, the terrorists are just too smart. They must have brought it in with them. And then Raiden immediately counters that. No, it looks like they've been here for a while. But yeah, the weapons are laid out specifically for Raiden, you would think. OSP, Shadow Moses style. He can only pick up weapons as he is authorized to do so. Is it possible to go to Strut C, Stillman, go encounter... No, you don't have the card to get to Strut D. Or to Strut E, rather. If you try and go through Strut F, you won't be able to. You have to go back this way. You can only go as far as Strut F.
Nothing here.
Which reminds me, though, I actually want to go back to Strut F.
Freeze!
Who's there?
It's not nearly as heavily guarded compared to how it is later on. We're gonna drop down here. Get this book. Yeah, you can't access the node here either. Don't have the card.
Why are you late with your status report?
Raiden, didn't you hear what the...
Whatever.
What's going on? Respond.
Hey, what's up, Dave? How's it going? Ooh, I'm gonna go back up this way. Oh, I forgot to show Fat Man's bomb at the bottom of Strut A. I forgot to do that last time as well. It's such an easy thing to forget about. I guess there's just so much to think about when you're at the start of the plant, all of the little things. You can see Fat Man's last bomb at the bottom of Strut A. You know, the one that only goes active when all the ones at the top become inactive? You can see that down there without the blinking light. And of course, it doesn't have the blinking light because it's not active. You can see some of Fat Man's bombs here as well, up on the top of the shell before you start the bomb disposal sequence. Those ones will have the blinking light. It's just a cool little thing. Cool little thing to notice on a repeat playthrough. Oh, Dave, I didn't even know I was... I didn't even know I was trending on Twitter. Curse You Bale is trending on Twitter? I'm only finding out now. What should be trending is the end of that fight. The fucking bug that happened. The most perfect bug I've ever seen. That crazy guy The guy you do the co-op with, the co-op NPC guy who hates Bale. Although I think he probably loves Bale, really. But him just bugging out, screaming victoriously forever. Egon, yeah. When I beat Bale, Egon just stood there screaming with his dragon head forever. It was so perfect, I had to ask chat if it was really a bug or not. Did you get that bug as well? Maybe it's not a bug. Although I think it has to be a bug, right? Because you don't even see his body there. You just see the dragon head. You didn't get it, Dave? Maybe him not appearing at the end is the bug. Oh, this guy's coming back up. Where the hell is the cipher? Oh, it is on the other side. Okay, I didn't notice it. Go, 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 go. Oh, wow. Killing him actually caused him to disappear. He didn't respawn. He'll be back later. Oh yeah, I also forgot to go back up to strut A to show that this guy opened the doors. Remember when I first went down here? And the guy down there was having a conversation with another guard. And then when it cuts to gameplay, that guy is up here. The guy he was having a conversation with came up here and opened the doors. So now when we go back up, we don't need to crawl through the fence anymore. There's one of Fat Man's bombs. Yeah, I want to get caught by this guy. I'm just not sure how I want to go about this. There's one call here with Rose that I want to show. And in order to get this call, you need to get caught very early. And you also need to almost die, I think. That's the key element here.
It's the enemy.
No, 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 no.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Okay, that's all I need. I think.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Quickly take a bandage. Hide in here.
Jack, are you okay?
Rosemary.
Jack, tell me you're okay.
I'm all right. It was a close one, though.
Oh, good. I didn't think it would be this tough.
Hey.
It's the helplessness of it, you know? Just watching with no power to help you. It's like having a ringside seat at a boxing match, but much worse because it's someone I love and the stakes are...
Rosemary, maybe this was a miscalculation on my part. Selecting her wasn't the wisest choice.
No. I apologize for the outburst. I'm all right. I will see this through with you.
Rose?
We fight together, okay? You have nowhere to run. Neither do I.
Rosemary, you're not obligated to continue. You know that.
I'm all right, sir.
Raiden, how about you?
I'm good.
Then the mission goes on. But Rosemary, there's one thing you need to understand.
Sir?
His name is Raiden. Got it?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Okay. Yeah, pretty cool optional scene there. I think it's only possible to get that early in the game. And you need to be at that near-death state. I think you need to go into the orange health, you know, where you start bleeding out. I think that's the only way to trigger it. And while Rose is worried about Jack there, I think another reason why she is so... why she's panicking so much there is because she too is also about to die. If Rose dies, or rather if Raiden dies, so does Rose. Remember at the end of the game where when the Patriots are threatening Raiden? You know, if you don't do what we say, you know, when they say to Raiden, if you don't do what we say, Olga's child dies, as well as Rose. And they say the termination of vital signals from your nanomachines means the death of Olga's child. Not to mention the death of Rose. She's wired the same way. They're all hooked up to this same network. And if the AI recognizes that Raiden has died, it will kill Rose as well. Rose's dialogue on the mission failed screen ties into this as well, which I will try and show now. Yeah, it also ties into her gasps on the mission failed screen. If we jump off here. We might not hear Rose, but if we do hear Rose, pay attention.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
So she screams out for Jack several times, and then there's a long pause, and you hear... When you first play the game, or even after you play the game 1,000 times, you might think, oh, that's just her crying. It's like a sad sigh, a sad gasp. No, that is Rose getting cut off by the network. That is Rose getting killed when the AI recognizes that Raiden has died. Really crazy little detail. But yeah, that's what that gasp means. Another interesting thing is that kind of maybe hints that there's something up with that gasp. There are a few variations on Rose's dialogue where she calls out for Jack. She doesn't always do it in the same way. But the one thing that remains the same is the long pause and then the at the end, which is maybe supposed to draw attention to itself. And funnily enough, I think there is something kind of memorable about that gasp. You know, it's something you kind of, that does stick in your brain, even if you don't think of it like that, even if you don't understand what it means. Again, this is something that you can read in the script for the game. Originally, it was just in Japanese. But now, with the Master Collection translations, you can actually see it there in English as well. But yeah, crazy little detail, which just makes this much more sinister now, I think. Whenever I hear this dialogue. Yeah, I remember I first heard about this like a year or so ago. I saw a Japanese fan talk about it on Twitter, and I did like a shitty Google translation of his tweet, and I saw that he was talking about the gasp, but I didn't really understand what he was talking about. But when I saw the gasp mentioned, I was like, oh my god, I know exactly what they're talking about. I saw they were talking about Rose, and I saw a gasp being mentioned. And I immediately knew. I was like, oh my god, there's something unique about that gasp. There's some meaning behind the gasp. But yeah, after like a million playthroughs, I never thought there was anything behind it. You know, I always just thought it was a random cry. Or, you know, just a final little gasp, sigh. Bo-da-do-do. Where can I read about this? Well, you can read the script for the game. The screenplay books that were included with the Master Collection have all this stuff. And loads of other things.
Raiden, watch out. There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue on course.
Any recommendations?
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Face any waist-high railing and push the action button to clear the railing and hang over the side. Once there, you can move sideways while keeping out of enemy sight.
All right, I'm giving it a try.
Don't forget the grip gauge. It will keep decreasing during a hanging maneuver, and once it runs out, you will fall.
Yeah, cool, Ben. What you want to be looking for are the screenplay books, the official screenplay books. And up until very recently, this was in Japanese only. But with the Master Collection, they released translated screenplays for the first time, which is great. Hanging?
Freeze!
Let's take him out, actually. Man, this guy stays up there for a long time.
are you?
Five today. Or rather, 6.
Get down! Where is he?
Strange smell. You smell like... Are you?
It has to be. Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Vamp,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
Something interesting?
I'll tell you in person. Where are you?
In the central unit with the president.
Be right there.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down. My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
Are you a Navy SEAL? How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy chopper.
Have I seen you before?
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
That's right.
Foxhound was disbanded. Huh? Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Force 21? That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
No, not really.
So this is your first.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced...
VR, huh?
But realistic in every way.
A virtual grunt of the digital age, that's just great.
That's far more effective than live exercises.
You don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR, and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
Raiden, what's going on?
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines.
What about the president?
Looks like they took him somewhere else.
I see. You said there was a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah. Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin.
Has he seen your face?
What?
This is a top-secret mission. No one can know that we're involved.
It's a little too late for that. What's up?
Take a look.
What the hell?
A Navy captain.
You all right?
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
What was that man just now?
That blood-sucking freak? That was Vamp. He's Romanian, a wizard with knives, as you saw.
The way he moved didn't seem human.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of Dead Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears. The name was originally intended to reflect its anti-terrorist functions. The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel. They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after US allies, even civilians. We estimate that no fewer than 100 people died as a result of accidents the Dead Cell arranged on their own. They were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What happened?
The unit was devastated. There are only 3 left now, and you just saw one of them.
Why would they go after the big shell?
How should I know? I told you they were on the lunatic fringe.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago.
You mean the incident that made this big shell necessary in the first place?
Right, and he was the one that sank that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
You're saying Snake is still alive and pulled another one?
No, he's not involved in this one. His body was positively ID'd 2 years ago.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
What about the other soldiers? I saw Russian equipment too.
Former Soviet military. They're probably mercenaries. The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? Why? What are you really doing here? Can't tell me, huh? Fine with me.
I don't smoke.
Keep it anyway. May come in handy. Take this too.
Here, take this.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Bravo Zero, currently at the bridge between struts B and C. The President is... Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream. Alpha, anyone, come in.
Like some bad dream.
Bravo Zero.
Aren't you going to answer him?
Sounds like Raiden at the end, doesn't it?
The BC connecting bridge.
We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes. Remember my frequency. It's 141.80.
141.80. Got it.
I've been briefed on this plant's layout. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. You're using nano communication, right?
Yeah, but I can patch into your frequency.
Hey, what's your name?
Raiden.
Raiden? Strange code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
Maybe I'll find out someday.
This fucking kid. Oh yeah, we're on new games, so we actually get a gameplay demonstration here. We get another little cutscene. This doesn't happen if you do Tanker Plant. Yeah, just a little demonstration. Alright, so this scene begins and things seem to strongly resemble MGS1 and the corridor of blood and bodies with Grey Fox. That's like the most obvious thing, right? Grey Fox, who used a blade, and here we see Vamp, who also uses some kind of blade, but not as big. I also think that when he jumps behind you and puts out his hand, that is supposed to resemble the scratch that is left on Snake's face by Sniper Wolf in MGS1. I think that's Vamp leaving a similar scratch on Raiden, sort of marking his territory for later. When I first saw that scene, I think I thought it was like a bullet grazing Raiden's face or something, right? Because Snake comes in and he starts firing like crazy. And then it shows a shot of Raiden's face and Vamp is gone. But no, I think that mark was left by Vamp, right? Because you see him put his finger right up to Raiden's cheek right before Snake comes in, blasting. So I think that's probably a little thing inherited from Sniper Wolf. Later on, he definitely stands in for Wolf, too. You know, when Emma gets injured and stabbed, which is supposed to mirror Meryl getting injured in MGS1. He's the one responsible after the big sniping sequence. And we get introduced to Dead Cell. Here, I always like to talk about one of the major influences behind Dead Cell, which was the real-life team that operated just like Dead Cell, known as Red Cell. And I think Red Cells still exist today in a similar fashion. But yeah, this Dead Cell was modeled after a specific Red Cell. And, you know, they demonstrated the vulnerabilities of military bases. They would stage kidnappings, take hostages, all this kind of stuff. Simulate all of this stuff to test the effectiveness of military bases, government facilities, stuff like that. And they got into lots of shady stuff. The leader of the real-life Red Cell was accused of misappropriating government funds, went to court, was found guilty. Exact same story that's given to Fortune's husband, who we are told was, he was accused of misappropriating government funds. In the story of MGS2, it turns out that it was all orchestrated, arranged by the Patriots. It's all a part of this grand conspiracy. But yeah, something very similar happened to the real-life leader of Red Cell. Kind of a famous guy as well, Dick Marcinko. He was a bit of a character. He kind of portrayed himself as an action hero kind of guy. He had a famous biography called Rogue Warrior. There was also a video game made about him with the same name, Rogue Warrior. I think it was known to be pretty bad. I think, didn't Mickey Rourke voice act him or something like that? Interestingly enough, Jeremy Blaustein used the Rogue Warrior book when translating MGS1. And I think he took some of the military jargon and lingo out of that book. So, yeah, another crazy little coincidence there, or tie-in to this guy, to this Red Cell leader. But yeah, really interesting. Also, just to quote something from the wiki here relating to Red Cell. In 1986, there was a famous kidnapping incident. Just listen to this. On March 20th, 1986, Red Cell team members kidnapped Ronald D. Sheridan, a civilian security guard who worked at a naval weapons station Seal Beach in Southern California, as part of an exercise to test the defenses of the base. They took him to a nearby hotel where he was held for 30 hours and tortured, stripped, kicked, beaten, and repeatedly dunked into a flushing toilet and a bathtub filled with water. While in theory the kidnapping could prove a weakness, actually committing the torture served no useful purpose. In addition, the kidnapping was not even successful as a show of weakness. Sheridan's wife saw the suspicious men with a van and neutralized them with her own pistol. She was prevented from shooting the would-be kidnappers by her husband calling her off and insisting it was part of an exercise, as he thought at the time it would be a brief matter. Since Sheridan was not naval personnel, he sued the government afterwards. So when you read this, it's very easy to see why Kojima found inspiration from this group in this story about simulations and you know, the blurred lines between fiction and reality and unreality. You know, this group was essentially all about simulations in a way. You know, they would simulate these kidnappings and whatnot, but no one was really supposed to get hurt. But it seems like people did actually get hurt. Sometimes they went a bit too far and the simulation became reality. So yeah, I always like to go into this real life inspiration behind Red Cell because it's very relevant. Yeah, crazy stuff. I think there are all sorts of other stories and stuff related to this guy and this particular group. But yeah, madness. If we look at this guy, our Navy captain here, this guy also ties in with Escape from New York and the big Escape from New York reference here. Obviously, Snake's character is heavily modeled on Snake Plissken from that movie. And here he takes his name even. He uses the alias Plissken, although he says Iroquois Plissken. The Iroquois part is not a reference to Escape from New York. But the Plissken part is. And this guy here is also a little reference to that film with the, you know, the president with the handcuffed briefcase.
A Navy captain and the president. Unbelievable. Raiden, get to the president. Head for the BC connecting bridge.
I think that's all we get.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 has engaged someone on the BC connecting bridge. The president is most likely there as well.
Yeah. What was your codec frequency again, Snake? 141.80. If you need to know information about this place or about Dead Cell, just contact me. And it was Miller who had this frequency in MGS1. If you need to know anything about the flora or fauna, just contact me. Both Miller and Snake with alternate identities. Both playing the mentor role as well. Master Miller, and in this game, Snake becomes a sort of mentor to Raiden.
He's asleep? How much longer is this guy gonna sleep? Wish I were that relaxed. He's still sleeping.
Liquid!
Huh?
What's up with this guy?
Meryl. Let's log into the node. Another thing I remember reading in the script as well for the game was the light up here. The way this light comes through the window. Kojima wanted it to feel kind of like a stained glass window, like a church's window. That kind of smoky look coming through. I feel like it does really have that effect here. Obviously, it's not a, doesn't look like a stained glass window, but you know, just kind of going for that feel. Although the scene doesn't really highlight the light much. I'm assuming he wanted it to be like this to tie in with Vamp, right? And maybe Vamp's backstory and history. But the scene itself doesn't really highlight the windows here. But when you look at it here, it really does have that kind of look to it, I think. Yeah, that's a nice glow. It doesn't take much to wake Snake up here, though. You try and wake him up.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
I see. Probably, yeah. Yep. Right. Yeah. Probably, yeah.
What are you thinking? Moron. Kid.
Yep.
Eventually, he'll get really mad.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
I see.
What does he say later, though? Change sides? I don't recall saying I was on yours. That line should have changed if you triggered this. That's exactly what you said, Snake. Yeah, and now he just stays in a state of eternal rage. Watch this.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
I got it.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
What are you talking about?
Oh, damn, he's quick.
Jack, it's me.
Everything okay, Rose?
Don't you need to save the mission data?
Oh yeah, thanks for the reminder.
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
That again. I'm sorry, but I still don't have a clue.
That's okay.
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure it out. It's important.
How important?
Important enough? And we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why not now?
Tomorrow seems more appropriate. I need all the help I can get so that I won't chicken out anyway.
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission? Okay, I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow no matter what.
You know I'll do everything I can to help you.
Rose, there's something I need you to do as an analyst.
What is it?
It has to do with Solid Snake. The leader of this takeover incident is claiming that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record somewhere, too. You should be able to request top-level security clearance from the Colonel. That should get us into the most classified material.
I'm on it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out something.
Let me just do a regular save call here as well.
What's up, Jack?
I think she has one call that you have to do really early, and oftentimes I'll miss it completely. Maybe I've already missed it.
Rose, no comment?
About?
I've killed someone.
Jack, it's a battlefield.
My opponents are living, breathing human beings. This isn't like the VR training. They have bodies. They have had lives. I took all that away from them.
But you've got no choice if you want to survive.
And yet, maybe because of the VR training, I can't help but try and block out that reality. It's the only way I can manage to fight.
Jack.
What?
I don't care what it takes, just as long as you come back alive. Do whatever it takes, please. Just come back in one piece.
Okay.
That isn't the call I was looking for, but yeah, that's another interesting one. It's dependent on you killing someone, you know, it's because I killed a few guards already, that's why I got that one. Let's see if I can get the other one.
Jack, do you need to save?
Cute, huh? Rose, are you okay?
Yes, thank you. It really scared me at first, but I think I've gotten used to it. I'll be behind you all the way, so don't worry.
I guess women really are strong.
Not quite. It's not women that are strong. It's me.
Just as long as I can count on you.
Wow.
Actually, that's not true. It still scares me to death. But I'll be strong. I'll try. For you. Good luck.
Snake is still pissed. Look at his cone here when I go out here. Look at it. This always really cracks me up. Man, he truly is the legendary mercenary. How does he know? He's tracking me perfectly here.
What the hell is that?
Come, put me out of my misery.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her.
Is she the one they call Fortune?
Queen.
Don't let them take the president! Ready grenades!
A dud!
Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness? I'm so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
Does that seagull always land on the rail like that? Does that always happen?
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
What happened to the cargo choppers?
Both of them are at the bottom of the harbor. Looks like your new hosts have a Harrier too.
A Harrier? What is this?
Calm down. It just means they anticipated the attack.
What?
Besides, since the SEALs drew their fire, your infiltration went off without a hitch. On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But...
There's no time for questions. They could decide to retaliate for that failed assault.
You mean the hostages?
They could be in danger, yes. But we need to consider the possibility that they'll blow the whole shell. If that toxic spell does take place, it'll devastate not only the harbor, but poison the coastline for generations. Raiden, we've had to adjust the mission objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s that the terrorists wired over the big shell. The President can wait, but this can't.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them. He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Is this according to Simulation 2?
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and find him.
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire, too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done? Raiden, you're needed on Strut C.
And I won't let you be just a dream. Alright, let's do it. So, one of the most interesting things about that last scene, I think, is Raiden's reaction when the Colonel is telling him to go up ahead and contact Stillman. He says, "Is this according to Simulation 2? He's starting to not feel so reassured. You know, up until now, when the Colonel has mentioned his VR training and how things are going according to his VR training, it's given him reassurance. You know, he feels that he's prepared for the job at hand, the task at hand. But now he's getting a sense, I think, that he's in for something that he hasn't been trained for. All this bomb disposal stuff, which doesn't seem to mimic anything that he's done before in VR during the events of MGS1. His VR training of Shadow Moses, all of that stuff. And yeah, that's what this next section is supposed to be. It's supposed to kind of veer away from the core of the Shadow Moses simulation and give a test to Raiden. In the grand scheme of the whole game, the bomb disposal sequence is portrayed as an exam for Raiden. And if he can pass this exam, he's ready to tackle the meat of the exercise. That's how Ocelot describes it at the end of the game. And once we finish the bomb disposal section, things then start to really mirror MGS1 again. You know, you have to go and meet up with Ames, who stands in for the DARPA chief. He has a heart attack just like the DARPA chief. If we were fully mirroring MGS1, like we'd be meeting Ames soon, right? We'd be meeting the DARPA chief soon. That's what you do at the very beginning of MGS1. But no, now we're taking a bit of a detour. And that's why Raiden is starting to feel unsure. Because in his mind, he should be going to meet the DARPA chief now. But that's not what's happening. He has to go for an exam. He has to go for an exam that he hasn't studied for. It's worth noting as well, in the Japanese version of the game, Ames and the President both have the same MGS1 voice actors. Ames has the DARPA chief's voice actor, and the President has President Baker's voice actor. But it'd be a little bit silly if Ames had the DARPA chief's voice actor, right? In the English version. That might not work so well. However, they do give Stillman the DARPA chief's voice actor. Stillman is voiced by Greg Eagles, which is funny, right? Because then you might think, oh yeah, this is mirroring MGS1. This is the DARPA chief. But no, not really. That's probably deliberate as well. You know, they kind of set it up as if you think this is going to mirror the DARPA chief sequence or something. But no. Ames is the real stand-in. This scene with Fortune as well, I always like to go on about some of the cut content related to Fortune just because it's hilarious. Fortune was originally going to show up playing the saxophone. She was going to play her own theme on the sax. Right? During that scene, we hear Fortune's theme. And originally, she was actually going to play the theme herself. I don't think we know if she was going to show up here playing the theme during her first scene. But it would make sense, right? Because this is where we hear her theme. I think it's a big missed opportunity, personally. I just imagine how badass that scene would be if she just walked out. Or not even walked out, but, you know, Raiden comes out. Because with the way the scene is, as it is right now, Raiden comes out while she's here, taking this gunfire. Imagine if Raiden walked out and he was presented with Fortune just standing over there, jamming out on the sax, bullets whizzing past her. She's not paying attention to anything. She's just in her own world, jamming out on her saxophone. All these goofballs firing at her, not knowing what's going on. And then eventually, after a minute, when she plays her theme, she puts the sax down. All right, I'm done. Casually picks up the railgun and just blows everyone away. I think that would have been amazing. She also was originally going to wear sunglasses, so she really would have looked like a real jazz queen, with the sunglasses, the sax, the New York setting. It just would have been perfect. All of Dead Cell was originally going to wear sunglasses. They were all going to wear shades originally. But they decided against that, apparently because they thought people would think it was too much like The Matrix. Right? With all of them wearing the long trench coats as well. They thought people would compare it too much to The Matrix. So they decided against the shades in the end. But I guess they've kind of carried over to Snake. Right, because, you know, the NG Plus shades that you can get, where Snake gets the cool shades and Raiden gets the goofy shades. So maybe we still got a remnant of that idea with Snake's sunglasses. I don't know. But of course, the railgun is reminiscent of Rex in MGS1. I think she's probably supposed to mirror Vulcan Raven as well. You know, Vulcan Raven, who had the massive gun in MGS1, who also talks to the birds. Again, it's not like Fortune has a deep relationship with the seagulls, but it's maybe supposed to be an illusion or a little parallel. Just the way she talks to the seagulls. Oh, I'm so sorry, my beauties, with her massive weapon. I also think that she might be designed to resemble Mantis later on, when she looks at Raiden and she's able to see his dark past, like she's, you know, seeing into his mind, seeing into his history. You know, when she has that line, "You've seen the fires of hell, haven't you?" That's supposed to be foreshadowing Raiden's true past as a child soldier. And that always reminded me of Mantis looking into Snake and seeing his history with Big Boss and seeing all of this trauma that he's not talking about. Maybe it's not supposed to be a Mantis parallel, but it reminded me of it. And it's worth considering, you know, since Dead Cell are the Foxhound stand-ins and how they seem to inherit traits of the Foxhound members. Anyway, I think we can continue here. Oh yeah, another thing regarding Fortune, because I'm not sure if DRK has ever spoken about it. During the boss fight with Fortune later, one of the original ideas was that Raiden could lose his head of hair during that fight. You know how she can blow up those barrels and parts of the arena get set on fire? Originally, there was an idea that you could catch fire. If you caught fire, Raiden's hair would be set on fire. And if you didn't put it out on time, you would go bald. And you would have to remain bald for the rest of the playthrough. But eventually, Kojima decided against that. Apparently, his team did not like that idea, and they shut it down. Let me just see if I can find Bad Humans' tweet where he actually quoted Kojima, or he had his diary entry here. Hold on. I'll find it. Yeah, here we go. This is hilarious. Let me read this out. God damn it. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Okay, I found it. Bald Raiden. Oh, for some reason this page isn't loading. 1 second, guys. Jesus Christ. Okay, I have it here. Yeah, unused MGS2 idea. If Raiden's hair catches fire, he will eventually lose it all and be bald for the remainder of the game. From Hideo Kojima's diary entry, January 18th, 2001. And here, quote Kojima. Raiden's clothes were on fire at the Battle of Fortune. I came up with the idea of seeing that. Raiden's long hair, which he is proud of, is also on fire. And if he leaves it alone, his head becomes bald at this point. After that, he will be shaved completely, including in the cutscenes. However, various Katsura wigs are available as items. Naturally, some of them have Raiden's hairstyle. There is also the Bakadono wig. If you wear a wig, it will fall off whenever you perform actions such as cartwheels and somersaults. The wig that falls to the floor becomes an item box again on the spot. The good-looking protagonist becomes bald at the first boss battle. Very interesting. It could also be reflected in the poly demo. However, the staff is against it. Is it useful? Question mark. And that's where the diary entry ends. Oh, god damn it. What I would have suggested to Kojima if I was on the team would be to have it as an NG Plus feature, man. Okay, you don't want... Maybe too farcical for the first playthrough. You don't want Raiden to be bald in every fucking scene. But for NG Plus, yeah, go all out. You've already played the game. It's time to get silly. Give the characters goofy sunglasses and, you know, get crazy. It should have been an NG Plus feature. New game, fair enough. Leave it out. I wouldn't be completely against it in new game either, really. But understandable to leave it out of new game, I think. Definitely understandable. I also like how he specifies that, you know, if they leave it alone, if they catch fire and they don't put it out, then they pay the price. If they put out the fire immediately, quickly, you get to keep your hair. They could have even included a codec call from Rose. Like, you catch fire and Rose calls you panicking. Raiden, don't go bald! Don't go bald! Quick! Start cartwheeling! Put a cardboard box over your head! It could have been amazing. You know, and then maybe they could have had alternate calls with Rose afterwards if you did go bald. You know, where maybe Rose wasn't so fond of you after that. But yeah, of course, the wigs are still in the game. That would have been great too, you know, having the wigs tie into the bald mechanic. And then if you did a cartwheel like that, like he said, it falls to the ground when you're upside down. What he says about, you know, it being the first boss fight, like going bald during the very first boss. Like, it would have added an extra sting to that fight. Because it's kind of a subversive boss fight, you know? She has this tiny health bar that you can't touch. An unkillable boss. You're fighting against a woman as well, so to be... to go bald at the hands of Fortune, you know, an extra sense of emasculation. Anyway, let's keep going here. Slashing Thrashing Super Ninja with the 27 months. Thank you. An alternate ending where Rose rejects Bald Raiden. That could have been the optional the amount of ideas that come out of this. A goofy alternate ending if Raiden goes bald. Nah, that might be a bit too silly. Imagine MGS2's final cutscene as it is, but with bald Raiden showing up. Who am I really? Oh, the dialogue, you know, Raiden becoming his true self. Originally, Rose was going to appear with blonde hair at the end of MGS2, you know, because she spoke about how her entire appearance was manufactured to suit Raiden's tastes. You know, she says, my hair, the color of my hair, my eyes, it's not even real. And yeah, originally she was gonna show up with her real hair color, I guess. She was gonna show up blonde. So now we have reached Strut C. And we have lots of bathroom Easter eggs to do. Optional calls, silly little things here. If you go up to the urinal and walk away, it flushes like that. Hold on as well. Let me just catch up with the chat. I think I missed some of it when I disconnected. You seem to be really into the bald mechanic. I get very excited about MGS2 cut content, like ideas that were cut from the game. There's lots of other interesting stuff as well, like cut Dead Cell members, things like that. But we can get to that later. We're already rambling on here. Dave would have been so iconic, remembered for all time in gaming. I know, wouldn't it? That it would have been so good as an NG Plus thing. Let's see. So yeah, if we stand up against the urinal here and look down, I think looking down is necessary. Is it actually? Let me just check. If I'm outside of first person and I call, I don't think I can get it.
It's possible the terrorists will attempt to destroy the big shell in retaliation for the SEAL strike. Defuse the bombs before they make that move. The bomb disposal expert is somewhere in Strut C where you currently are. Locate him and request his assistance.
Well, Kojima wanted the guard to shit on Raiden. Yeah, in NG Plus, the golden shower scene was going to be subverted. And the guard that pisses on you was going to turn around and act as if he was about to take a shit on you. But then I think he was going to stop at the last moment. You know, he's like, no, I can't do this, not here, or something like that. And yeah, Kojima was pissed when the guy didn't implement this, because he thought he was joking. Kojima directed some staff member to implement this for NG+, and when he came back to check on the team, and asked the guy, you know, what's up with that thing with the shitting guard? The staff member responded, I thought you were joking. And Kojima lamented in this interview, a lot of my ideas don't get through because of such things. And he mentioned this in a couple of different interviews and was genuinely upset that this particular MGS2 feature wasn't included. I wish we knew which member of the team it was. Did I try and get this call?
An item bot.
Yeah. Yeah, so we have to look into it specifically in first-person view.
Raiden, what are you looking at? Oh, I see. Rosemary,
What?
could you excuse him for a moment?
Huh?
You know, so he can...
Oh, I get it. Jack, let me know when you're done, okay?
Yeah, and now if we crouch down and stare even further into the urinal, if we get a really good sniff here, we can actually get another call.
Right, and I didn't know you had such weird interests. Not that there's anything wrong with that, though. Just that, well, it's a little weird.
Jack, I think that's a little weird.
Okay, now we'll take a little trip over to the woman's bathroom. Ba-da-lam-ba-da-doo. Hold on 1 second. I just wanted to look at the mirrors here to see if they were any different. We got another bomb here. Can't do anything with this yet. There's kind of a weird thing with the reflections here. You know how you can strafe left and right? You can also press L2 and R2 at the same time to stand up and get on your toes. However, if we look at our reflection while we get up on our toes, the reflection doesn't match it. The reflection doesn't move with us. So now we can actually look down on our own reflection like this. Yeah, they didn't animate Raiden standing on his toes here. Shoot the bomb? Nah.
I can't believe you, Jack. Do you know what that place is?
I just thought maybe the bomb disposal instructor might be in there.
Why would he be in there?
You never know. He's AWOL and...
Even AWOL, a normal guy wouldn't go into a woman's bathroom. You're the only one I know who would. You're like really strange.
Rosemary, settle down.
But...
It's all right. Right, Rosemary is right. You should probably look someplace else. I can really sympathize with you there, though.
What, sir?
Nothing. Raiden, that's that. Return to your duties.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are unbelievable.
But that's not all there is here. Once again, if we go into the stall here. Actually, no. Looking down at the toilet doesn't do anything. We need to get in.
Raiden, that's long enough. Hurry up and get back to your duties if you've seen enough.
Jack, in retrospect, I'm really glad that I took this assignment.
Huh?
It's given me a chance to see you for who you really are. Goodbye.
Well, guess I'm free to do what I want now. Back into the stall we go. Let's get on our knees. Have a little sniff.
Raiden.
Jack, give it a rest. I can't bear watching you do that.
I disapprove. Return to your duties. That's what I feel like saying, but I'm beginning to feel like putting you in charge was not such a good idea.
Okay, I think we're done here. Oh, we still have one more thing, actually. If we equip our book here, publication with adult-oriented material, full of girly photos and interesting columns. If we take this into the stall here.
Raiden, what are you doing there? With that?
I don't believe it. What are you thinking? Enduring your duties?
I highly disapprove.
Even though every one of us is scrambling to do our best to support you, this? And what exactly are you going to do? Drool over pictures of voluptuous girls?
Exactly.
At least use a picture of me instead.
Get real. What?
I mean...
I completely disapprove. It's possible that...
Right. Colonel, do the terrorists have a Harrier?
Yes, an AV-8B Harrier II designed for the Marines. It is a V-STOL attack aircraft outfitted with a 25mm gun, air-to-air missiles, and anti-ground rockets. It's not something you want to try to take on in a SEAL helicopter.
Yeah, even more so if unprotected. Colonel, where do they get such a weapon?
I don't know.
Are they really just run-of-the-mill terrorists?
Relax, Raiden. Right now, just think about your mission at hand. Do you understand?
Colonel, who exactly is that woman?
Her name is Fortune. She leads Dead Cell.
Hang on a moment. I'll look her up for you.
Can you also look up info on Vamp, please?
Colonel, who are Dead Cell?
They are pretty much what that guy Pliskin described them as.
A special forces unit? The brainchild of the former president?
Chances are someday we'll find ourselves in a gunfight with them.
The thought leaves me uneasy.
Jack, don't run unnecessary risks, okay?
Yeah, I don't want to, but...
I know. Is there anything I can do?
Yeah. Could you check for any data on them for me?
Okay, I'll do it. Good luck.
I see you've acquired a gun.
Pliskin gave it to me.
Don't trust that man. But the gun itself seems all right. However, it's not equipped with a suppressor. If you fire it, the noise will be loud enough to alert any enemy personnel within hearing distance to your presence. Infiltration is the art of making your presence invisible. Try not to end up in a situation where you need to rely on firepower. Combat must be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Raiden, don't dwell on what Pliskin said. The VR training you underwent is the best training program there is. There is no reason to be apprehensive. Be confident. Do you understand?
Strut C is the residential area. It supports life at sea for all of the workers on the big shell. That being said, almost all systems are completely automated, so there aren't many workers to be found.
Once you put a chokehold...
Yeah. I think we're good.
Freeze!
Don't shoot.
You a cop?
I'm not NYPD. I came in with the Bravo team. Who are you with? And what happened to SEAL Team 10?
They're all dead.
All of them? That's bad.
Did I tell you you could move?
It's all right. He's not one of the bad guys. Don't go pointing that thing everywhere, kid. What's your name?
My name is Peter. Peter Stillman.
Lecturer at Navscolio at Indian Head. Also a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad.
A poor old man who got dragged along for this picnic.
I thought you'd retired.
I did. Can't keep up with everybody, as you can see. A famous church got wiped off the map thanks to me, with too many lives inside. All I lost was this leg.
So you're the bomb disposal guy.
Kid, this is the bomb disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Just ancient history now.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students, the Emperor of Explosives, Fat Man. He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10. I created him in a sense.
And that's why you're here.
I'm pretty rusty. I was supposed to supervise the bomb disposal. Looks like it was taken care of before I had my turn.
I wouldn't say that. There are at least 2 people here who can claim to be experts at bomb disposal.
Are you two with SEAL Team 10? I didn't see you at the mission briefing.
Oh, we're with another squad. My name is Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Honored to meet you, sir.
Mr. Pliskin, do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about me. And he looks young, but he can do it. But we need more manpower.
I'm,
What's your name?
Raiden.
That's an odd name.
Any other survivors?
There was also an engineer with me.
An engineer?
A skinny guy. He went in with us.
Where is he?
I haven't seen him since that skirmish.
Was he killed?
I don't think so. I didn't find his body.
I see.
They told me he was a security systems architect for the big shell.
Why would they take a civilian along?
Everything in this structure is computer controlled. He was supposed to get us past all the security measures.
I never heard anything about that.
He had official orders with him.
We'll leave that for later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
Yup, so we have to do it ourselves.
But I've never defused a bomb before. Hold on a sec.
Off to confer with the CO again?
Glad to hear Stillman is safe. Assist him in any way possible to clear the C4 from the structure.
Colonel, you know I've never been trained in bomb disposal.
It's all right. The man you're working with is the best in the field. All you have to do is follow his directions. You will, of course, keep your identity and mission objectives to yourself.
Is it true that an engineer came in with Stillman?
I wasn't informed of that. It's probably something the SEALs decided on their own. There are more important issues at hand, Raiden. The enemy may retaliate for the failed assault. Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
Rose?
You can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal training per se in VR, but you're more than capable of handling C4.
This is a little different from using C4.
You're up for this. You know that.
How about it, kid? Are the results in yet?
There's no need to think about this so much. You won't actually be dismantling the bomb. That's not for amateurs. What we'll try here instead is a temporary freezing measure. Here, look at this. This is a C4 bomb. It's live. You can see it pulsing. Now you spray this on the sucker and... there we go. Simple, huh? The spray freezes the detonator instantly.
How long does the effect last?
There's no way the thing can detonate in this condition. Even if you leave it alone, it'll stay out of commission for at least 24 hours.
That's enough time.
If we had the manpower, I'd recommend complete disposal. But this will have to do. The spray can be used from several yards away. Now check the floor, ceiling, walls, under a table, everywhere. Try to imagine the locations the bomber would choose.
That won't be easy. We don't know a thing about Fat Man.
Is there anything that'll help us locate the bombs?
Here, take this with you. It's what they call an ion mobility spectrometer. It can recognize ionized gas emitted by C4s.
The what?
In other words, that little gadget sniffs out C4's scent.
That's right. I've established a link-up with your radar network, so any scent detected will be represented visually. Have the sensor activated and keep your eye on the radar.
What if he's using some other odorless substance?
I know Fat Man well. I know how into his own aesthetics he is.
Signatures?
Yes. On every bomb he builds, he always leaves a trace of the cologne he uses. The sensor also picks up that particular scent spectrum.
Is that something he learned from you?
No, it was his own quirk. He wouldn't work by any rules except his own, and he followed them like a religion. And common sense wasn't one of his strong points. I thought I taught him everything I knew. I have no children of my own, and I thought I found a son in him. He had the right stuff, you know. There's something very unusual about an ability like that. Even at Indian Head, he got special treatment. I remember some people called him one of the fat cats. Maybe that's what started all this. I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. Right. All I taught him was skills. And now I have to stop him from using it to destroy us all.
Let's see how well that sensor works.
All right. I'm activating them. Watch. You see the green stuff on the radar? That's a visual representation of the C4 scent detected by the sensor.
It's a pretty big area, isn't it?
Don't complain. It's better than nothing.
Just activate the sensors and search the area, okay?
All right.
Don't forget that you need the radar to use this system. Log into the node at every strut and turn the radar on.
We have to keep out of the enemy's sight, too.
Because the radar gets knocked offline when we're spotted?
Exactly. Fat Man would have allotted some C4s here in Strut C as well.
Here?
I know the structure of this facility, and if he wants to take out the plant, where he would target.
You know this for sure?
Of course. I taught him the techniques he uses. His ideas are based on my theories. Demolition is a kind of ideology. It makes no exceptions for time or place. Big Shell consists of 2 hexagons joined end on end, north to south. There should be packets of C4s on each of the vertices, or the struts in this case. You need at least that to take a building of this integrity out.
6 on Shell 1, another 6 on Shell 2. A total of 12 bombs at least.
Considering the shell's architecture and composition from an engineering standpoint, that's my conclusion, and it's exactly what he would have decided as well.
Kid, this place is all yours. I'll take care of Shell 2.
Take this.
What's this?
Security card, issued to Shell personnel. The Big Shell security layout includes varying levels of clearance. The clearance level is identified by the number printed on these doors. Raiden, your card key can open doors with security clearance level 1. Pliskin, your card can get you into level 3 areas. You'll need it to get next door to Shell 2.
How did you get this?
That engineer I told you about gave it to me. He was supposed to program a set of all access cards once we were on site. Unfortunately, this card won't get you into every area of this structure.
We'll have to deal with the remaining security lockouts as they come up. Let's get going. You stay here.
No, I'm going.
The 2 of us can handle it, don't worry.
But...
You'll just slow us down with that leg of yours. There's a war going on here. I don't have time to babysit anymore.
Why don't you just let us handle the grunt work? You can tell us what to do over the radio, like in the original mission plan.
All right. I'll give you instructions from here. I may also need to prepare a backup plan just in case.
In case of what?
Good luck to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
Who dares, wins.
If anything comes up, let me know. My frequency is 140.25.
Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL. I don't even think he's a Navy man.
What?
Semper Fi. Marine Corps talk. Normally, team leaders stay in the CP and give orders with those headphones. And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field. And Who Dares Wins is a model of the British Special Air Service.
Is he one of the terrorists then?
No, somehow I don't think so. If there's someone to suspect, I'd put my money on you. Just take care of those bombs for now.
What about you? They could be back in this area soon.
I'll hide out in this pantry for a while. If I lock the door, it should be all right. Plenty of food in here too, so you don't need to worry about me. I'll give you instructions by Kodak from here. Good luck, kid. Bomb disposal is a face-off with your own mortality. Don't let the fear get to you. When you give in to the fear, the darkness comes.
All right, fools. We're going to switch streamers. Dr. K is going to be taking over. I'm going to save and do what we usually do.
Jack, is that you?
I'm going to hand the save over to DRK. He's going to pick up right where we left off here. With the exact same save file. Let me just see here. Make sure I'm up to date. Sniping, thank you very much for the 11. Much appreciated. Slashing, I'm pretty sure I thanked you earlier for your 27. Bearden with the 51. Cheers, everyone.
Jack, here's the data I found on Fortune. She goes by Fortune. She leads Dead Cell. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson. 2 years ago, her father, Commandant of the Marine Corps Scott Dolph, was killed in a training accident. Her husband was the former Dead Cell leader, Colonel Jackson. Died in captivity, my data says. After her husband's death, she joined the military. She didn't have any combat experience, but was soon singled out for a particular trait and was reassigned to Dead Cell.
What trait?
Luck. She was real lucky, like miraculously lucky. Wherever she went, bullets curved away, and missions always ended in success.
Is that some kind of joke?
I thought so too, but there is not a single record of her ever being wounded, not even a scratch. Jack, be careful, please.
Okay. Worm Ace, thank you very much for the 34. Yeah, guys, I'll just play some tunes for a couple of minutes while I get this save sent over to DRK. And then I'll come back to sign off. Just bear with me for a few minutes, and yeah, I'll get this sent over to DRK. Be right back. Okay, fools. The stream is going to go down for like 10 seconds. And then DRK, I'll be back up, picking up right where we left off. Let me just check my dashboard one more time just to make sure I'm up to date. I think I am. Yeah, guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. It was a pleasure. As always, I'll be back in like 12 hours to take over from DRK. Yeah, I'll see you soon. Have fun with DRK. Don't go anywhere. The stream will be back in a few seconds.